A moment for silence, prayer and meditation. Thank you. Let me sit. Okay. Good morning, members. Let me first remind members of the declaration of interest in accordance with Part 4 of the Code Disclosure Framework for members of Gauteng Legislature. Members are required to disclose particulars of all their registrable interests within 30 days after opening of the legislature. Thank you, members. We have 7 member statements. In fact, there were 10, so we'll have 7, and they'll be read proportionally or presented proportionally. We have no motion without notice, and we have no MEC statement. The Premier is absent, so member MEC Ralihuko and MEC Mamabulo will be taking over, or rather representing or answering on behalf of the Premier. Evening Badudi ba Gauteng, sorry, morning Badudi ba Gauteng. We welcome our guests in the gallery. We have stakeholders invited, 54 from Olivenhout Bosch, Muhlakeng, Sidibeng, and Inadale that are in attendance or that are joining us. We've got 14 committee members from Fosloras that are attending this sitting. Apologies, we've got quite a few. Member Mahene, Ill Health, members Masilela. In fact, the Infrastructure Committee is in attendance of a conference, infrastructure conference in Cape Town. Member Masilela, member Ndlovu, member Makubela, member Raslingwan, and member Tiaga. And member Adams, sorry. Bishop is not here. Okay. Member Adams as well. Sorry, I beg your pardon. As mentioned, member Lisufi, or rather the Premier, is attending to provincial business, HN provincial business. Honorable Speaker, attending institutional commitment internationally. Member Potter will join us online. Member Shabalala, attending party business. Member Msimang, attending party business. And Member Duplessis. Is not here. Okay. Member Makwala, have been advised, is absent due to ill health as well. I'll ask Member Gentile to read a question that was meant to be read by the Deputy Speaker. The Presidium will advise further. No, I was just good. Thank you. We're done with apologies. Hopefully the House accepts. I'll start with Member Miller. Member Miller, present.
Madam Speaker, I'll be doing the statement on her behalf because she's late. Dear Madam Speaker, in terms of Rule 81, please see below. I rise to address a deeply concerning omission in the 2026 State of the Province Address delivered by Premier Panyaza Lesufi. In 2025, the Premier acknowledged a crisis. He stated clearly, "We agree that the Gauteng environment is polluted and we must work hard to become the cleanest province in the country." That was an important admission. It recognised the severity of the environmental challenges facing our province. Yet, in the 2026 address, that recognition has vanished. There is no meaningful engagement on the collapse of wastewater treatment infrastructure. There is no serious discussion of pollution, environmental risk, or the deteriorating state of our natural resources. The environment has effectively been relegated to a secondary priority. Gauteng's rivers remain polluted. Wastewater treatment works continue to malfunction. Communities continue to be exposed to unsafe water and failing sanitation systems. These problems have not disappeared. They have not been resolved. They have simply been excluded from the Premier's narrative. Environmental protection is not a luxury. It is a human right, the foundation upon which everything else rests. Clean water, safe sanitation, reliable infrastructure, public health, economic growth, and human dignity all depend on a healthy and functioning environment. A province cannot credibly claim to pursue sustainable development while ignoring the environment. It is a constitutional obligation and a prerequisite for Gauteng's future prosperity. We owe it to residents whose health is compromised by pollution, to businesses affected by infrastructure failure, and to communities living with the daily consequences of environmental neglect. The Democratic Alliance will continue to hold the provincial government accountable. We will continue to fight for practical, measurable interventions to restore wastewater treatment capacity, protect our water resources, and enforce environmental compliance. Without a healthy environment, there is no economic recovery. Thank you very much.
Honourable Nseke. Honourable Nseke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. During the State of the Province address, Premier Lesufi claimed that Tswada anti-substance abuse campaign was a success, but the lived reality tells a very different story. The FNF Treatment Centre in Cullinan, which I visited recently, is the largest state rehabilitation facility in Gauteng, has stood empty since December 2025, despite our province being in the grip of worsening substance abuse crisis. When Tswada was relaunched, more than 600 patients were admitted to this facility, designed for only 200. What follows was not rehabilitation but chaos. There were severe bed shortages, inadequate nutrition, and poor security control. Most disturbingly, there was intercourse between male and female clients, an act which should not have been permitted in this facility. We must ask, how does the state respond to families and parents who entrusted it with their vulnerable daughters only for them to return from rehabilitation pregnant? Who is responsible for that failure? During our oversight inspection, prompted by whistleblowers, we further discovered that although the facility now stands empty, staff continue to be paid and contracts remain empty, particularly for the kitchen. Meanwhile, those battling addiction are left without support. Yes, substance abuse is destroying our communities. That I agree with the Premier. But acting without proper phased plan is reckless. The Democratic Alliance is seeking answers and accountability from the department and you, MEC Faith Mazibuko, concerning this matter. Our people deserve safe, well-managed rehabilitation centres. Thank you.
Member Miso. So it's hanging. So
Honorable Deputy Speaker, today I rise not merely to speak about an individual, but to speak about the soul of our democracy. The treatment of the former public protector, Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane, represents a defining moment in our constitutional history. What unfolded was not simply accountability, it was a political spectacle that exposed how power reacts when confronted. She was appointed in 2016 through a transparent parliamentary process. She inherited an institution plagued by backlog and instability. Yet, under her leadership, the office achieved 3 consecutive clean audits, a historic milestone, and delivered thousands of resolutions for ordinary South Africans. Her real transgression was daring to investigate powerful financial and political interests, including the apartheid-era CIEX Bancorp bailout matter, where she called for ABSA to repay 125 billion deemed an unlawful benefit. That decision rattled the establishment. From that moment, a coordinated narrative took shape: media vilification, civil society pressure, political hostility, and relentless personal attack. Labeled replaced legal arguments. Cartoons replaced constitutional debate. Character assassination replaced objective scrutiny. Honorable members, accountability must never become selective justice when Chapter 9 institutions are weakened through political contestation. Rather than fair legal process, democracy itself is compromised. We must ask, are we protecting the Constitution or protecting the powerful? If we allow independent institutions to be destroyed when they become inconvenient, we send a dangerous message to very future office bearers. Investigate at your own peril. Let history record that we stood for institutional independence, not political convenience. We reject the weaponization of oversight, we reject the selective accountability, and we reject the prosecution of women who dare to challenge entrenched powerful people. Because today it is one public protector, tomorrow it could be constitutional itself. Gwaza.
Thank you. Member Ngobeni. Honorable Ngobeni. Action SA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to recognize an important step forward for the residents of Tshwane. On the 26th of February this year, the City of Tshwane passed its fully funded 2025-2026 adjustment budget under the leadership of the Executive Mayor, Dr. Nassiphi Moyo, and the multi-party coalition government. That may sound technical, Speaker, but it matters. At a time when a number of municipalities in Gauteng are under financial strain and struggling to keep their books in order, Tshwane has shown that steady, disciplined leadership can bring stability. An adjustment budget is not just paperwork, it's a mid-year reality check. It forces a city to look honestly at what it's earning, what it's spending, and whether the numbers actually add up. It tests whether political leadership can work together and make responsible decisions. In Tshwane's case, the numbers added up. Council held, the budget passed. That sends a clear message. It tells residents that the city is working to restore financial order. It shows that the service delivery plans are being backed by real revenue, not wishful thinking or political short-termism. We commend Mayor Moyo, her executive team and coalition partners for choosing stability over noise and responsibility over rhetoric. This is what governance looks like when discipline leads the way. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Koma, on behalf of Honorable.
Thank you, ANC.
Thank you very much to our progressive Deputy Speaker, the members of the House. Let me take this opportunity to join the rest of the world to wish the founding president and the commander-in-chief of the Economic Emancipation Movement, Comrade Julius Malema, a happy revolutionary birthday. Madam Speaker, over the last weekend, we witnessed a very despicable actions of imperialist bully state, the United States of America, backed by the illegitimate state of Israel, launched a series of military attacks at Iran. These strikes wounded hundreds and most notably murdered the Ayatollah of Iran, Ali Khamenei. Since the Iranian revolution of 1979, the Ayatollah has stood as a symbol of defiance, anti-imperialist resistance, a cornerstone of the Iranian revolution. Yet, tragically, Ayatollah fell a victim to the most violent empire of the modern world has witnessed, the United States. Madam Speaker, the EFF raises to take this opportunity to extend our heartfelt condolences to the men and women and children of Iran, to reiterate that Iran has the right to defend itself. For far too long, the global order has dictated by means of violence the United States. Madam Speaker, the last few years have shown us that sovereignty doesn't exist, that countries that choose to self-determine, take charge of their resources, fall victim of the might of the US Army. Cuba is currently falling apart due to sanctions of the US. The president of Venezuela, President Maduro, languishes in prisons in New York due to unilateral unjustified capture. Palestine is robust. Over the weekend, hundreds of schoolgirls were killed in an attack by the US military that was supposedly supposed to liberate the people of Iran. They used the same playback with Iraq and Afghanistan, arguing that these countries are using chemical weapons, have weapons of mass destruction. The US destroyed Afghanistan in a never-ending war that yielded to proof of chemical weapons.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Musai.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Good morning, honorable members. Madam Speaker, at the end of every month, accounting officers of municipalities submit financial statements to the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, detailing the state of municipal budgets as required by Section 71.1 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, number 56 of 2003. Furthermore, every quarter, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury compiles a consolidated statement on the state of municipal budgets and submits it to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in compliance with Section 71.7 of the MFMA. Honourable members, today we reaffirm a positive perspective on the municipal finance situation in Gauteng. Some municipalities are making commendable efforts as capable local governments to address the social and economic challenges facing the region. It is crucial to build a social compact with our communities to support the fundamental strategic objectives of local government. This commitment aims to address the inequalities and injustices of the past whilst ensuring a better future, even amidst the significant challenges the municipalities encounter during their monthly financial projections. Speaker, as the ANC-led government of provincial unity, we believe in empowering millions of people to take charge of their own destinies. By encouraging individuals to take action to improve their own living standards, we aim to build a society based on human solidarity where no one is left out and no one is left behind. This approach is reflected in the Gauteng municipal financial performance, serving as a beacon of hope for the people of Gauteng. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury continues to support and monitor municipal spending to ensure that it aligns with projections aimed at meeting service delivery objectives for our communities. We commend the efforts of Gauteng municipalities in their annual financial projections, whilst it inspires hope and reflects aspirations for economic growth and development. Additionally, we acknowledge the municipalities that have achieved strong financial control, a significant accomplishment for their communities and the people of Gauteng as a whole. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Honorable Masu.
Masengisukuma iyacima. Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the Gauteng residents, honorable members, and our guests in the gallery. I rise today at the commencement of TB Awareness Month, observed throughout March, a period dedicated to mobilize society against one of the South African most persistent and deadly yet entirely preventable disease. 2026 TB Awareness and World TB Day theme is observed on the 24th of March. It is, yes, we can end TB, led by countries powered by people. This theme serves as a bold call to action, reminding us that ending TB is not merely aspirational. It is achievable through political leadership, scientific innovation, and community-driven action. Honorable Acting Speaker, tuberculosis remains a significant public health challenge in Gauteng. Recent provincial data indicates that TB continues to disproportionately affect urban and vulnerable communities. During 25-26 financial year, Gauteng maintained a high TB case finding rates of between 95% and 96% across the first 3 quarters, reflecting the impact intensified by community-based screening and outreach programs. As a TB caucus convener, I wish to commend the Gauteng Department of Health for these gains, which align with the National TB Recovery Plan and the National End TB campaign. These initiatives aim to test millions of people and close the gap of the missing TB patients. Honorable Acting Speaker, those achievements will not be possible without the tireless efforts of community health care workers who have proudly celebrated this year. They mark 6 years of being permanent employees of the Gauteng Department of Health. Furthermore, Honorable Acting Speaker, we welcome the rollout of Lenacapavir, a groundbreaking long-acting biomedical innovation that strengthens our disease prevention. I thank you.
Because kuthethwa ngento zakho. Honorable Member Ali.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, members of the House and guests here present. Good morning. Deputy Speaker, please allow me to call for a moment of silence as we observe the mourning that the country is feeling as a result of the loss of our Gautrain. Deputy Speaker, 16 years after it was first launched, the Gautrain will be handed over to the Gauteng government as a fully paid asset. May God help us all. At face value, it sounds like good news. In fact, one might even be tempted to say congratulations, but we know our comrades. This could be the beginning of the end for a much-loved asset. If history is anything to go by, we should be singing goodbye and so long, Gautrain. Ngathi ngiyabona uMC Mayile nabangani bakhe sebedrive ama-train yala ngathi Nkosi shwele baba oh homurena. Like the prodigal son, the ANC government has proven to be a careless heir who squanders his inheritance. The ANC was entrusted with maintaining key infrastructure, and it failed to take care of what our forefathers and mothers purchased with their blood, sweat, and tears. This government has proved that it is unable to run anything except to run it to the ground. But there was redemption for the prodigal son, and I pray the same fate will befall Gauteng. We ask MEC Mayile in absentia, Siamtela, Ramokopa, Tswe, we beseech you, MEC. May you hear my cry, not just as a member of this august house, not as a ratepayer, taxpayer, and resident of Gauteng, but as a black child. Please do not destroy this precious resource. If anything, grow the Gautrain and make it more accessible. Sithi uzuyiphathe kahle le Gautrain. Enkosi.
Member Ali, when you order, you almost got me when you said we must rise for a moment of silence. I thought, yeah, Kanti, you are rising for your own things of Gauteng. Okay, we'll allow Member Mulder to make an announcement. Is he online?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity. This past weekend, on the 28th of February and the 1st of March 2026, Gauteng Provincial Legislature's Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development convened a successful two-day joint workshop in response to the ongoing foot and mouth disease outbreak. In line with commitments made in the State of the Province address to strengthen food security, protect jobs and safeguard Gauteng's agricultural economy, the workshop was co-chaired by myself and Honourable Bones Modise, Chairperson of the Select Committee for Agriculture, Land Reform and Mineral Resources in the National Parliament. The joint engagement brought together the Select Committee and Chairpersons of Agriculture Portfolio Committees from all the provinces and the legislatures to deliberate urgent containment measures and reinforce a coordinated national response. History was made with the initiation of a joint coordinated oversight process addressing a national crisis affecting not only Gauteng but the whole of Southern Africa, an initiative of the Gauteng legislature of which we can be proud of. I extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who attended and participated, working together towards protecting our agricultural sector and securing a better future for our province and region. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
First item of first order, I'd like to call Member Koma on behalf of Member Makwala to read a question to the Premier.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Is Member Ntabisi. Thank you.
Sorry?
Is Member Ntabisi.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Speaker. I would like to greet you, the honourable members, officials, and the people of Gauteng in the gallery. I'm going to be asking the questions in terms of Rule 138. We would like to ask the Premier the following questions. The Premier's Rapid Land Release Program seems to disappear without a trace. The Economic Freedom Fighters would like to ask the Premier the following. Number one, in accordance to proclamations made by the Premier that 48,763 title deeds would be handed over by the end of his term, how many of these deeds have been handed over since February 2025? Number two, in his 2025 State of the Province address, the Premier stated that 76 developed residential properties were identified to be disposed of by current occupants, and a further 35 vacant land parcels would have been identified for a possible disposal to the market. What is the progress regarding the 76 residential properties? That is, to date, how have interventions around these properties benefited the residents of Gauteng? And of the 35 vacant land parcels, how many have been sold to date? And please provide the locations for these land parcels. And lastly, what was the value of the sales in each case? Thank you very much, Madam Acting Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the response to the first question is from February 2025 to Feb 2026, a total of 784 rapid land release title deeds were registered, with 629 from Elijah Bahai and 155 from Chris Hani, extension 4 to 7. Further to that, the title deeds handed over, inclusive of RLRP and non-RLRP, title deeds handed over between 1st of February 2025 to 31st March 2025, that was in 2 months, space of 2 months, inclusive of RLRP, were 1,150. Title deeds handed over from the 1st of April 2025 to 20 Feb 2026, inclusive of RLRP, were 1,834, and this work is in progress. Then the second response is, in his 2025 State of the Province address, indeed, the Premier indicated that the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement is in the process of transferring flats that are located in El Dorado Park, Lenasia, Fordsburg to current occupants. Land parcels under the custodianship of the GDHS are being devolved now to municipalities, which is in line with the ministerial proclamation to wind down properties within the Gauteng Housing Fund portfolio. The response to your third question is, the 76 residential properties are currently occupied by Gauteng provincial traffic officers employed by the Department of Community Safety. Sale agreements have been successfully concluded with 40 of these occupants. The remaining 36 occupants did not initially qualify for mortgage loans due to adverse credit records. To support these employees then, the Department of Infrastructure, working with Gauteng Provincial Treasury, has partnered with the SA Home Loans. This partnership leverages the fact that Government Employees Pension Fund holds a 50% stake in SA Home Loans. SA Home Loans has referred the 36 occupants to a death rehabilitation program facilitated by a Government Employees Housing Scheme Education Center, and this program is expected to last approximately 18 months. Upon successful improvement of their credit standings, these occupants will be issued sales agreement. The disposal of these properties promotes home ownership and provides the employees with security of tenure as Gauteng residents. This initiative also empowers employees to build generational wealth, creating a tangible asset that can be passed down to future generations. The fourth question, the response to the fourth question is, the 35 vacant land parcels are going through the final stages of governance processes before being released to the market. They are situated within the following suburbs: Wilro Park, which is in Roodepoort, Kibla Park, Johannesburg, Heidelberg, Kempton Park. The last response will be, the properties have not yet been sold. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mekwe, please read your question.
Chair.
Title deed is a pride of it.
No, I'm aware and she's fine.
What is that?
Yes. Yes, Honorable Fuchs.
Chair, is it possible that in terms of 13891 one could put an additional question or a remark?
The initiator, she is fine. So that was the person that I expected a supplementary reply from.
Chair, can you provide a reason for your ruling, please?
Okay. Just now. Discretion. Discretion. Yeah. No, I want to read it. No, member Fuchs knows that I was going to respond and say it's discretionary, but I want to read the rule for record. Member Mekwe, please prepare your question in the process. Okay. Rule 138, Premier question time. point 9, or rather number 9. At the discretion of the presiding officer, any member may ask an initial supplementary question or make an additional remark related to the original question. After the Premier has replied, that is 8, after the Premier has replied the question, the member who asks the question may ask one supplementary question or make a short remark directly related to the question. So we'll be using rule 8, number 8, that's the question, the asker, or rather the initiator will be the one who asks the follow-up. That is my reason. Thank you very much. Member Mekwe?
It's not the discretion of the person who posed the question. It's only your discretion. It's not their, they cannot disallow another member to be able to ask the question. Thank you.
What did you think I said? Or what did you hear me say?
They don't get to disallow the question. They don't have a discretion in that regard. Only you have that discretion.
Thank you, member. Partners, no, thank you very much. I heard that. My decision is that the initiator will be the one. She was fine. She did not make a follow-up. And it is my discretion.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Can you take a seat? Can I speak? Can you take a seat and allow me? I did not say, in fact, for me not to even respond. It's what I said. It was my response that it's not their discretion, it was my discretion. Hence, I read the rule. I read it in that way, that at the discretion of the presiding officer, not of any member over there or that side. So you repeated what I said, which is fine, I accepted. My decision is that at the discretion of my discretion now, with my discretion, I will not allow that. It is provided in the rules that I use my discretion, and my decision is that the initiator did not want a follow-up, and that's the person I'll be allowing to ask a supplementary question. Member folks, this is not new, so don't look surprised. It's not new. It's in the rules. It has been applied. Thank you very much. Let us proceed.
Speaker, may I ask that your ruling be referred to the Rules Committee?
No problem. No problem. Let's record that. We'll take it to the rules. We'll take it to the Rules Committee, and let's continue underlining that part, that it's at the discretion of the presiding officer. Thank you very much. Member Mekwe.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and all protocols observed. Honourable Premier, the legislature, through its committees, including the OPPOL committee, has exercised oversight over the Office of the Premier by interrogating annual reports and enforcing accountability in line with PFMA requirements. In this regard, please indicate the following. 1, how has the legislature's oversight work contributed to improved governance outcomes and sustained clean audits within the executive? 2, what corrective actions or recommendations arising from committee oversight have strengthened accountability and performance across government? And 3, how does this oversight reflect the legislature's commitment to transparent, ethical and developmental governance?
Thank you, Honourable Ebisi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The response to the first question would be, the OPPOL Committee's sustained oversight has played a very critical role in strengthening governance within the Gauteng Office of the Premier. Through committee's engagement, interrogations of annual reports, and the monitoring of in-year performance, OPPOL has ensured that Office of the Premier focus on improving internal controls, in compliance and accountability. This has supported a culture of cleaner administration, reduced the repeat audit findings, and contributed to improved and sustained clean audit outcomes across various provincial institutions. The oversight work has also ensured that provincial programs remain aligned to strategic priorities and deliver greater value to the people of Gauteng. The response to the second question will be, committee's recommendations have resulted in clearer and targeted corrective actions in the Office of the Premier. These include strengthened supply chain management controls, improved contract and risk management practices, and enhanced consequence management processes. Departments have also improved the accuracy and reliability of performance reporting and tightened compliance monitoring frameworks. As a result, committee oversight intervention have deepened accountability, improved performance delivery, and ensured that the Gauteng provincial government remains responsive to service delivery demands. The response then to the third question is, the legislature's work demonstrates a strong commitment of transparency and ethical governance, with its oversight processes in ensuring that the executive remains fully accountable for how public resources are utilized. The public hearings, committee engagements, focus intervention studies, and interrogations of reports make our governance system more transparent and strengthen public trust. This oversight also supports developmental governance because it ensures that programs deliver real impact, improve service delivery, and ultimately uplift the people of Gauteng. It reflects a legislature that is not only watchful, but firmly committed to ethical, people-centered governance. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ralhuku. Additional question?
This one is my discretion, Speaker, to do the supplementary. I want to thank the Acting Premier for responding adequately. But besides that, I want to thank the Premier and the team led by the DG for ever attending all OCPOL meetings without fail, responding to all the questions on time, providing all valuable information needed by the committee, but also taking advice in terms of how we can improve our service delivery. That is oversight working at its best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, Karme, Kala Ntomzana.
Thank you, Honorable Mulder. Your question? Honorable Mulder.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in December 2024, I asked the Honorable Premier during question time whether there would be consequences, including prosecutions against mayors, municipal managers and designated officials found guilty of polluting Gauteng's scarce water resources, rivers, streams and groundwater. In his reply, the Honorable Premier referred to the cooperation agreement between the province and the Special Investigating Unit and indicated that where officials were found guilty, action would certainly follow. My question is, considering that sewage pollution remains ongoing, particularly in Mfuleni local municipality, City of Johannesburg, City of Tshwane, the Rooiwal waste treatment, water treatment works, Mogale City, have any formal investigations been instituted against mayors, municipal managers or designated responsible officials in these municipalities? If so, how many investigations have been registered? What is their status and have any officials been suspended, disciplined or referred for criminal prosecution? And if no investigations have been instituted, how does the provincial executive reconcile the continued pollution of strategic water resources with its commitment to consequence management? Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Fine. Is Honourable Sosedinya, you called out to the Speaker?
Mkheti, before Member Mild.
Oh, okay. It's not a problem. He shall come after. Just that we were busy with the presidium at the moment. I mean, at that time. So I end up calling Member Mulder, but she'll follow. Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The response to the first question is the Department of Water and Sanitation, Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and the public have opened criminal cases against the listed municipalities for discharging partial treated effluent into the water resources that has potential to contaminate the water resources. Municipal managers and other officials that are representing the different municipalities, should these matters proceed to court, may be added, should be relevant to, and should be added to the relevant prosecutor, and the relevant prosecutor will decide such based on the relevant evidence. Gauteng municipality against which criminal cases have been opened, it's Mfuleni local municipality, City of Johannesburg Metropolitan, City of Tshwane Metropolitan, and Mogale City, Merafong City, Rand West Local Municipality. A case has already been decided in court. For further information then, in this regard, cannot be provided because now it's no longer in the hands of us, it's in the hands of the courts. The second question, the response is criminal investigations were instituted against the following institutions. Mfuleni Local Municipality, the case number is 284/11/2018. And the other case number is 436/05/2021. The other one is case number 7605/2024. The matters are currently before the court with the first appearance scheduled for the 3rd of March, which is 2026. Then the second part, the second bullet point talks to City of Johannesburg. Bush copies and Khode copies, WTW, and case number is 423/07/2023, and the other case number is 62/7/2023. Olusfas Flay, WWTW, case number is 02/3/2024, and Zanspruit Pump Station, it's case number 127/09/2023. The investigations are finalized for the most of these cases, especially excluding Zanspruit, with dockets being submitted to the NPA, and the Gauteng COGTA is awaiting decisions from the prosecutors and where relevant for the cases to appear in court. In the City of Tshwane, the investigations are finalized for Royval, WWTW, case number 344/10/2022, Bavarian Sport, WWTW, and the Ziekorgat, WWTW, case number 536/03/2024, Sunderland Reach, WWTW, case number 129/03/2024, and the Klepgat, WWTW, case number 356/08/2019 matter. And the first court appearance then has already occurred. For the Mogale City Local Municipality, Flip Human, WWTW, the case number is 253/10/2024. Magaliesburg, WWTW Network Collector System, case number is 15/10/2024. And Persiscuar, WWTW, case number for that one is 76/08/2023. The prosecutor decided to prosecute. For Mirafong, Mirafong City Local Municipality, a criminal case was opened for Kutong, Kokosi, Watela, and Veldefried Dion, WWTW, case number 123/02/2023. This investigation is currently being finalized, but not yet been submitted to the NPA. No officials to date have been suspended, disciplined, or referred to criminal prosecution in their personal capacity in the Gauteng province. The last response, which is response number 3, from number 3, question number 3, the performance criteria for executive mayors and for municipal managers and pollution prevention is part of them. The province is continuing then to undertake intergovernmental relations to support municipalities with initiatives that are related to the matter. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mulder. Do you have a short remark?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for the thorough and comprehensive answer. I've got no further remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Mkhedi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the honorable members in the House and to our people of Gauteng. The question to the Premier in terms of Rule 138 reads as follows. Honorable Premier, the Office of the Premier reported the resolution of approximately 98% of service delivery complaints across more than 470 wards, covering issues such as electricity, water, sanitation, housing, and employment. In light of this performance, please provide clarity on the following. 1, how has the service delivery dashboard and the intergovernmental coordination model improved responsiveness and accountability at municipal level? 2, what systems have been put in place to ensure time escalation and resolution of these service delivery challenges affecting communities? And lastly, how will the Office of the Premier strengthen and expand this model to further improve frontline service delivery in priority areas? Thank you.
Honorable Lemison.
Thank you for the question. The first response, Madam Speaker, will be the service delivery dashboard and intergovernmental coordination model have strengthened responsiveness and accountability at the municipal level by introducing a single consolidated view of service delivery and challenges across our municipalities, departments, including the wards. This has enabled the Office of the Premier to monitor the trends, track unresolved matters, and identify systematic bottlenecks that require intervention rather than responding to complaints in isolation. Through structured intergovernmental engagement, the model has clarified the roles and responsibilities between government departments and municipalities, ensuring that service delivery issues are directed to the correct sphere of government and followed up through agreed coordination mechanisms. This has improved turnaround times and reduced the duplication by ensuring that matters are escalated, matters are tracked and resolved through formal accountability channels rather than ad hoc engagements. In addition, the dashboard has strengthened accountability by enabling performance oversight at ward and municipal level, allowing leadership to assess responsiveness, monitor resolution program, and hold implementing authorities accountable for commitments made to communities. This approach has supported more proactive management of service delivery challenges and reinforced a culture of consequence management, where persistent failures are identified and addressed through intergovernmental forums. The response to the second question is, we need to ensure the timely escalation and resolution of service delivery challenges that are affecting our communities. Then the Office of the Premier has put in place an integrated set of monitoring, coordination and accountability systems. One of those is Microsoft CRM case management referral system that feeds into the service delivery dashboard and structured intergovernmental coordination mechanisms. The service delivery CRM system provides a centralized platform through which service delivery challenges are logged, referred, tracked and monitored across municipalities, including departments and wards. This enables the early identification of unresolved matters and systematic bottlenecks, allowing issues to be escalated timeously to the appropriate sphere of government for intervention rather than being managed in isolation. In addition, formal intergovernmental coordination arrangements have been established to manage escalation and follow-up. These mechanisms clarify roles and responsibilities between provincial departments and municipalities, ensure that matters are directed to the correct implementing authority, and provide structured forums through which progress is reviewed and outstanding issues are escalated for decision-making and support. Together, these systems support consistent follow-up on service delivery challenges, improve turnaround times, and strengthen accountability by enabling leadership to monitor resolution progress and enforce commitments made to communities through formal oversight and consequence management processes. The response to the third question is, the Office of the Premier will strengthen and expand this model by deepening its use of a frontline management and accountability tool in priority service delivery areas. This will include extending the applicants of the service delivery dashboard to sharpen focus on high-impact service delivery issues at ward and at municipal level, enabling earlier identification of emerging challenges and more proactive intervention where communities experience persistent service delivery failures. This model then will be further strengthened by reinforcing structured intergovernmental coordination, ensuring that priority service delivery matters are consistently discussed, escalated, and resolved through informal intergovernmental forums. This will enhance alignment between provincial departments and municipalities, improve responsiveness to the point of service delivery, and ensure commitments made to communities are monitored and followed through. In addition, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Office of the Premier will continue to use the dashboard to strengthen oversight and accountability by tracking progress against commitments in priority areas, monitoring turnaround times, and identifying recurring service delivery bottlenecks and require systematic intervention. This approach will support improved frontline service delivery by promoting timely escalation, clearer accountability, and sustained management attention on areas of greatest impact for communities. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mkheti. Is there a reply, a short remark?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The response of the Premier is well received. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Xaba. Just before you rise, I want to remind members or alert members that we've got 31 questions and we intend finishing the business of the day exactly in that manner. I request that there is no whips forums, and when colleagues feel exhausted, they want whips forums to postpone the business of the day. We're finishing at exactly the 31 questions that we have. Thank you very much. Member Xaba, you can continue.
Good morning, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, and the people of Gauteng. The question to the Premier is as follows. The Gauteng Provincial Government launched the Tswada campaign in October 2025 to help bring the treatment and rehabilitation to those who are ready. With regards to Tswada substance abuse mass campaign held on the 27th October 2025, first question, has there been any impact evaluation on tracer study to assess the long-term effectiveness of the mass administration program? The second question is, what monitoring and evaluation mechanisms are in place to track individual progress, program performance, and post-treatment outcomes? The third question is there a plan to scale up or replicate the program in other high-need areas? And lastly, what specific success stories or case studies can the department share that demonstrate the positive outcomes of the program? I thank you.
Thank you. Amisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The response to question 1, Madam Speaker, is the long-term impact of the Tswada was mass administration admission has not yet been evaluated. The evaluation of the impact of substance abuse intervention can only be conducted 6 months to 1 year after completion of treatment, in line with the scientific research on relapse. Research indicates that the risk of relapse is the highest within the first 3 months after the completion of treatment, and the relapse rate decreases significantly after 3 years of sustained recovery. The Department then of Social Development is currently tracking service users who are admitted through Tswada campaign as part of ongoing case management processes. The impact of the evaluation will be conducted in November 2026 and 1 year after the implementation of the campaign. In the interim, the Department continues to monitor the users and provide aftercare services. The response to the second question will be, the Department has a formal tracking system for people who will be undergone treatment for substance abuse. All service users are expected to attend aftercare services for a period of 8 months to 1 year, after which an evaluation is conducted by the case management to determine whether the service users will benefit for further intervention or whether the services can be terminated. Furthermore, the Department refers service users to skills development training and completion of treatment. Service users from the Tswada program are managed through similar case management processes. Case managers conduct weekly monitoring of service users, provide individual and group aftercare counseling, and monitor participation in skills development programs and support groups. Services can only be terminated after 1 year following the completion of treatment and aftercare programs. Monthly aftercare tracking reports are also compiled by case managers. The response to the third question, the Department plans to replicate the program in other areas. The campaign held on 27 October 2025 highlighted the magnitude of the substance abuse program in the province and underscored the need for follow-up campaigns. The program will be implemented on a quarterly basis, targeting areas highly affected by substance abuse to ensure access to services. Follow-up campaigns will not only focus on inpatient treatment admission, but will include all treatment modalities for substance abuse, including admissions to halfway houses. The next campaign will be implemented on the 6th of March 2026 in 7 identified areas across the 5 corridors, and that after every quarter. The response to the fourth question, which is the last one, will be, the program is newly launched. Substance abuse rehabilitation is a lifelong process, and success cannot be measured solely by the completion of treatment due to the risk of relapse. Research shows that the risk of relapse is the highest within the first 3 or 6 months after treatment, and that the risk decreases after 3 years of sustained recovery. Most service users admitted through the Tswada campaign are still in treatment as they have not yet completed the aftercare and skills development programs, while some are awaiting admission into skills development programs. The program will have success stories once service users have completed all treatment programs and are living productive lives, which may be realized within 6 months to 1 year after the completion of the treatment. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Kaba, is there a short remark?
Thank you, Acting Speaker, and thank you, Acting Premier, for a comprehensive response. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Gentile.
Thank you so much. Sekela somlomo walendlu amalunga lendlu nabantu bonke baseGauteng. Deputy Speaker, I rise today in terms of Rule 133, Sub-Rule 4, to ask the question to the MEC of Community Safety that crime and lawlessness are part of the Gauteng 13 challenges that the ANC-led Government of Provincial Unity is committed to address to create a safer Gauteng for its citizens. Following the Public Protector report released in 2025, directing remedial action to be taken to align the establishment of crime prevention wardens to an appropriate legislative framework, can the Department of Community Safety indicate? Number one, the steps taken to implement the Public Protector's recommendations. Number two, what added benefits will this move bring into the programs to combat crime and lawlessness in the province? Number three, how will the Department of Community Safety ensure that these peace officers meet all the legal requirements and in order to fulfill their role? And the last question, Honourable Deputy Speaker, how and where will these peace officers be deployed? Diabule.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Madam Deputy Speaker, and thanks for the question. On behalf of the Premier, the reply is as follows. With respect to the first part of the question, the Public Protector, as you'll recall, issued remedial action directed to the Premier, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Minister of Police, the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, the Chief Executive Officer of the Road Traffic Management Corporation, and the Head of Department for Community Safety. Now, to this extent, and of course in terms of Clause B of the Public Protector report, the remedial action requires the Premier of Gauteng to ensure that the option presented to the Interministerial Committee is finalized within 180 days of receipt of the Public Protector's report. Now, I'm pleased to report that the Premier initiated a sitting of the Interministerial Committee, that is the IMC, by writing to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development and the Minister of Police. On the 20th of January 2026, the IMC held its meeting. This meeting culminated in the publication of Government Gazette number 11937 by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, declaring Gauteng traffic wardens as peace officers. The declaration, thank you very much. I thought this side they will also clap, please. This answers your motion that was prematurely brought to the House. Let me proceed. Additionally, the acting head of Department for Community Safety, responding to the remedial action relating to the training of departmental employees, has engaged the following institutions. One, the Bridget Mabandla Justice College. Two, National School of Governance. Three, Wits University. Now, I'm pleased, Chair, Honourable Madam Deputy Speaker, to say processes are underway to make sure that training takes place. With respect to the second part of the question, this move will definitely bring several added benefits to the ANC-led government of provincial unity's efforts to combat crime and lawlessness. It will enhance operational impact through improved police visibility, targeted enforcement activities, and strengthened community policing initiatives. Closer collaboration with communities through community policing forums and related structures will improve information sharing, trust, and early crime detection. Collectively, these measures increase deterrence, public reassurance, and road safety, ultimately contributing to safer and more resilient communities. On the third part of the question, the department will ensure that traffic wardens are trained in accordance with the powers conferred upon them in terms of the Gazette mentioned already. Subsequent to confirmation by the Road Traffic Management Corporation of the training undertaken by the wardens, the department will apply to the South African Police Service for the certification of the traffic wardens, and this is very important. Now, with respect to the fourth part, the peace officers will be deployed within Gauteng province according to the scope defined in the official declaration, which limits their functions to specific offences and responsibilities aligned with the traffic warden mandate. The deployment will follow structured joint operations, visible policing plans, working alongside SAPS, the Gauteng Traffic Police and municipal police departments. And as for the peace officers, as for where the peace officers will be deployed, priority will be given to crime and disorder hotspots identified through provincial safety planning and risk profiling, focusing on high incidence areas and corridors. The rest of the reply is here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Gentile.
No, thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Just a short remark to appreciate the response from the Premier, but also the appreciation on the swift response on the recommendations by the Public Protector, because of course this would have been late last year, but also to congratulate the Premier on forever really prioritizing citizens and their safety in Gauteng. So thank you so much.
MEC?
The remark is acknowledge ANC leads, ANC leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, on the second item, questions to the executive. Member Ntsege.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 26th of August 2025, when Premier was responding to 4.PS009, he indicated that he was going to source Gauteng conviction rates for GBV from the Department of Justice. In reply, 4.PS026, the Premier failed to provide conviction rates, instead quoting the same numbers as given as a reply to 4.PS009. In light of this, could I now get the responses to the following? 1. Has he sourced the data of conviction rates for Gauteng on GBV from the Justice Department? If yes, what is the correct conviction rate of GBV in Gauteng for the same time period as required by question 4.PS009? Based on the conviction rate, has any research been done to understand if the conviction rate are as low as Tembisa? If yes, what are the contributing factors to low conviction rates in Gauteng? And lastly, what plans does the department have to improve these rates in Gauteng? Thank you.
Thank you. MEC?
Yeah, thank you very much. Once more, let me acknowledge the question and state, as directed by the Premier, the reply reads as follows. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development oversees court administration functions, while conviction rate performance is tracked and reported through the NPA systems. The data was sourced from the National Prosecuting Authority, NPA, as custodians of prosecution performance data. With respect to the second question, we have provided the statistical breakdown sought from the North High Court Division. Sexual offences, 72.6%, femicide, 89.5%. The South High Court Division actuals, sexual offences, 65.4%, femicide, 88.9%. With respect to the third part of the question, the answer is yes. It's a resounding yes. The Department of Community Safety has undertaken research studies to understand conviction rates within the province. The following are research studies undertaken. The conviction rate analysis study conducted in 2025 investigated systemic factors contributing to variations in conviction performance. The study identified issues such as underreporting due to fear and distrust, social norms that discourage victims from speaking out, and institutional response times that influence trust and case advancement. It underscored the importance of evaluating conviction outcomes within the broader context of the criminal justice value chain, instead of assessing them solely as indicators of prosecutorial performance. The Gauteng Femicide Research Study conducted in 2024 identified a significant correlation between gender-based violence and femicide, noting recurring factors such as jealousy, possessiveness, and entitlement. The study also observed that arrest and conviction rates were commendable. However, delays in proceedings negatively impacted family closure. The study further recommended improved disaggregation of femicide from general murder statistics to strengthen accountability and facilitate strategic monitoring. The fourth part of the question, yes. Firstly, the forensic and medical legal capacity constraints, delays in DNA processing and court backlogs, victim withdrawal linked to economic vulnerability, substance abuse, and intimate partner conflict dynamics. Lastly, underreporting and distrust affecting case sustainability. The last part to the question, number one, it's ongoing interdepartmental GBVF coordination, case flow management strengthening, improved investigation prosecution interface, monitoring of performance against targets, support to specialized sexual offences courts. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. MEC, I don't feel this question is being responded to. It's like the department has run away from responding. Let me tell you the responses I had in the previous, with regards to arrests. It was basically quarter one, 8,950, quarter two, 9,229, quarter three, 10,435, quarter four, 8,567. I wanted to know, of those 37,000 arrests, how many people had been convicted? Percentages don't talk to what I'm asking, because I don't know what it's a percentage of what. My second question was to understand what is contributing to, if you have Tembisa 800 people being arrested, 500 of them being taken to court, only 15 people being convicted for GBV. What is contributing to such a low conviction rate? Not in the only question you've actually answered is question 4, which talks to the what is contributing to this high GBV in the province. But from the police station to the court and the low conviction rate, I'm not answered. And I will re-ask this question until I get those responses. We need to know why women go through such high conviction rates. Perpetrators are getting away with GBV. And Tembisa was a typical example. 800, 515. I want it for the province. We, as the women of South Africa, want to know, why are there not higher conviction rates if Tembisa is an example? I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me acknowledge the remarks made, and given the serious nature of this and that the President has elevated this to a national strategic area of focus, I think at this point I would like to plead with the Honourable Member that we discuss this matter as she proposed, and that we go deep into the figures and the information the member has, and that we, at the appropriate time, once we have looked at all the information, and as proposed, we can come back to the House. But I would prefer that we look at solving the matter and dealing with it properly. So that will be my plea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to my colleagues and the people of Gauteng. In respect to the announcement made by the President regarding the deployment of the South African National Defence Force, may the MEC answer the following. Which areas specifically will the SANDF be deployed to? 2. What indicators has the department employed to ensure that the objectives and operations of the deployment will be effective? 3. Given that the Army is not trained in dealing with domestic crime combating and prevention, what measures have been put in place by the department to ensure that there are no legal overreach and potential abuses to residents in the affected communities? Lastly, what, if any, are the follow-ups mechanism put in place or anticipated after the SANDF is removed from these affected areas in as far as law enforcement is concerned? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honourable Madam Deputy Speaker, to the House, and let me acknowledge the question from the member. With respect to the first part of the question, the reply is that the South African National Defence Force will be deployed at active identified illegal mining sites in the Western District, Johannesburg District, and of course the city of Ekurhuleni, or Ekurhuleni District. Now, with respect to the second part of your question, the department ensures the effectiveness of the deployment by verifying all gathered intelligence and converting it into actionable operational activities. In addition, structured joint planning sessions are held regularly, and of course, the provincial commissioner take full responsibility for these sessions. And of course, they coordinate and refine operational strategies. Now, with respect to the third part, the reply is that the South African National Defence Force provides support to the South African Police Service under clearly defined legal frameworks to ensure that operations are conducted lawfully and with full respect for the rights of residents in affected communities. To prevent legal overreach or potential abuses, several safeguards have been put in place. And this includes, but obviously not limited exclusively to, but all, for example, all the South African National Defence Force deployments in support of SAPS are conducted as joint operations. And they work together. Number two, all deployments are governed by strict legal protocols, including mandatory presidential authorization and subsequent notification to Parliament as requested, and of course within an appropriate number of days, and also ensuring democratic oversight. Also included in this are that although soldiers are vested with certain powers similar to those of SAPS officials in certain instances such as search, seizure, and arrest under the Criminal Procedure Act, they are required to act within the boundaries of the Constitution. And lastly, of course, the South African National Defence Force involvement forms part of the short-term stabilization phase. And of course, after that, SAPS will take over and continue the normalization phase through standard policing operations. Thank you very much.
Honorable Maluka? You're good, thank you. Honorable Sasedinyane?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the people of Gauteng, honorable members and the colleagues in the House. Allow me, Deputy Speaker, to present a question to Honorable MEC of Social Development in Gauteng, Honorable Faith Mazibuko. That you have led the Back to School drive by conducting oversight visit, handing over school uniforms and sanitary towels to 2 deserving schools in the region of Tshwane. This visit was part of government Back to School readiness program to monitor, engage the preparedness of schools, educators and learners to the first day of the 2026 academic year. Could the MEC of Social Development update the House on the following questions? How did the Back to School drive align with the department's current poverty alleviation and welfare program to ensure a holistic and non-duplicative system of support? 2, what type of health and hygiene education program are being implemented, and how is the department addressing the period poverty and stigma to ensure the dignity and school attendance of girls learners? And lastly, what is the department's long-term plan to measure whether the provision of uniforms and sanitary towels has a tangible effect on schools' attendance, learner engagement, and academic result as the beneficiary of our schools? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MEC.
Sibonge Somlomo, thank you very much, Honorable Member, for the question. In responding to question number 2 on how did the Back to School drive align with the department's current poverty alleviation and welfare programs to ensure a holistic and non-duplicative system. As the provincial government, we work holistically with all other departments, including Department of Education. In fact, it's the Department of Education that gives us all the names of the schools and the list of learners that must be beneficiaries when it comes to this program. The Back to School drive also is aligned to the broader poverty alleviation and welfare program, in that the list of needy children through our Banapili programs also gets filtered, and those non-fee paying schools also have their family members also profiled by the department to determine other appropriate needs and interventions that include a poverty alleviation and welfare to work program. This approach eliminates duplication and ensures a holistic approach in addressing the remnants of poverty. In responding to question number 2 on what type of health and hygiene education programs are being implemented and how is the department addressing period poverty and stigma to ensure dignity and school attendance. The department has undertaken a rollout program that is also as part and parcel from a policy that comes also from national, which provides sanitary towels and basic toiletries to vulnerable young women, including orphaned and vulnerable girls that are in schools. In most cases, the girl children will not attend school due to menstruation, and the dignity packs actually helps them by playing a vital role in ensuring that it minimizes absenteeism to school, and that the girl learners no longer have a reason to stay away from school due to not having sanitary towels. In responding to question number 3 on the long-term plan by the department, as the department, the MEC for Finance does allocate funding to us through the appropriation, and we ensure that this becomes an ongoing program and make sure that no girl child or no child is absent from school and no child goes to bed hungry due to not getting any assistance through the poverty alleviation programs and also through the dignity PACS programs. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sazarian.
Speaker.
Thank you. Is Honorable Clever online?
Yes, I am, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Good morning, honorable members and the people of Gauteng. Gauteng Provincial Treasury issued cost containment guidelines to departments and entities to pave way towards a standardized budget approach. And the MEC indicate if the cost containment guidelines also applied to the municipalities within Gauteng as part of the intervention strategy to stabilize municipal financial systems. And the last one, if yes, can the MEC outline the department's monitoring strategy to monitor those municipalities on implementing cost containment guidelines? If not, why? Thank you.
Thank you, MEC Meile.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Speaker, and thanks for the question. The answer is no. These guidelines apply to provincial departments and their entities. And the answer to question 2 is that National Treasury has issued municipal cost containment regulations in 2019, and the municipalities are providing quarterly reports to Provincial Treasury on their compliance with these regulations, and these quarterly reports are also monitored and feedback reports provided to municipalities on a regular basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Clever. Is there a short remark or a question?
No, I'm covered. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the recent devastating accident of the Van der Bijl Park, where 14 innocent lives were lost during the collision between a private scholar transport operator and a tipper truck, reminds us of the significance of safe learner transport service for Gauteng learners. Can the MEC for Transport and Logistics indicate the following? How common are such accidents involving learner transport vehicles, especially those operated by private scholar transport? Secondly, what is the overall state of the private scholar transport in Gauteng versus that of the government contracted service providers, especially when it comes to overall safety of learners? We want to know, Madam Speaker, what plans are in place from Transport and Logistics Department to ensure stricter law enforcement, working together with the Department of Education as a sister department on this key delivery of service by the state. Finally, Madam Speaker, what is the department doing to improve the legislative framework in place to protect learner transport users in both private operator space and government contracted service provider space? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the MEC online?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, you can go ahead and answer or reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And thanks to Honorable Mhlongo. Accidents involving learner transport vehicles are not as frequent when measured against the total number of registered scholar transport operations in the province. However, any incident involving a child or learners must be treated with utmost seriousness. The department, through its regulatory and compliance units, continuously monitors reported incidents involving both private scholar transport operators and government contracted service providers. Where incidents occur, investigations are conducted in collaboration with law enforcement agencies like DCS, Gauteng Traffic Police, and the RTMC and relevant oversight bodies. Response to question 2, the private scholar transport sector in Gauteng comprises of operators who apply for operating license through the provincial regulatory entity, which is an entity for the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, and are required to comply with the provisions of the National Land Transport Act and associated regulations. Government contracted scholar transport services implemented through Department of Education in our province are subject to additional contractual conditions, structured monitoring and performance management mechanism, while many private operators comply with regulatory requirements. Challenges remain in areas such as operating without a valid licenses, vehicle roadworthiness compliance, driver behavior and adherence to traffic regulations, and inconsistent safety standards. Government contracted services, which is a responsibility of the Gauteng Department of Education, generally demonstrate stronger compliance due to contractual obligations, but continuous monitoring remains necessary across both sectors to safeguard learner safety. Question 3, the department has intensified joint law enforcement operations in partnership with the Gauteng Provincial Traffic Law Enforcement, Department of Community Safety, Department of Education, and as well as ensuring education and awareness. These operations focus on verification of operating licenses, roadworthiness inspections, driver fitness and documentation checks, compliance with route authorizations, education on road safety and compliance. Furthermore, integrated planning sessions between the two departments aim to improve coordination in the identification, registration, and monitoring of scholar transport operators. Madam Deputy Speaker, I must, however, say that private scholar transport operators are still faced with challenges where schools and SGBs are not issuing them with endorsement letters, fearing liability. And it's an issue that the Department of Education is attending to. Question 4, the department continues to review the existing regulatory framework governing scholar transport within the parameters of the National Land Transport Act to strengthen compliance and enforcement mechanism. Current and planned interventions include stricter conditions linked to operating licenses or approvals, enhanced compliance inspections prior to license renewals, development of clearer safety standards applicable to scholar transport vehicles, strengthening enforcement against illegal operators, and ongoing engagement at national level regarding potential legislative amendments to improve learner protection. I must say that the Minister of Transport and Minister of Education have established an interministerial forum to deal with this matter. The Department of Roads and Transport remains committed to ensure that both private and government contracted scholar transport operators adhere to the highest possible safety standards to protect our learners across the province. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thanks, MEC, for that response. MEC, over the weekend, jointly with the Committee for Transport and Community Safety, we visited bus depots of services that are contracted by the Department of Education. We went there to check if those buses are in compliance with the regulations that have been put forward by the Department of Education. We do believe, MEC, that it is quite important that stricter regularization as well as formalization of the private scholar transport is quite important. We need to ensure that these people are vetted against various education acts and child-related acts so that they can be able to handle learners whilst we are able to monitor the work that they do, and we are able to also play the role of oversight on them. So we welcome, MEC, the interventions that are being done, but we do want to see formalization of this sector. Thank you very much.
MEC?
Thank you very much. We appreciate the comment and to endeavor to work harder to ensure that our children are protected. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mfikwe, question to the MEC here.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, our presiding officer for today. To Honorable MEC for Health, the department has in recent years faced significant medical legal claims that place considerable pressure on its financial sustainability and service delivery mandate. In light of the reports indicating a substantial reduction in medical legal liabilities, please provide an update on the following. 1, what specific interventions, policy changes, and administrative reforms were implemented by the department to reduce medical legal claims and associated contingent liabilities? 2, what measurable impact has the reduction in medical legal liabilities had on the department's financial position, including improvements in cash flow audit outcomes, as well as the ability to redirect resources towards patient care and service delivery? And the third question, what institutional systems, controls, governance mechanisms had been put in place to ensure that these claims are achieved, in reducing medical legal claims are sustained, and that future medical legal risks are proactively identified, monitored, as well as managed? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The response to the first question is the department implemented the following interventions and administrative reforms to mitigate medical legal claims associated with contingent liabilities. In the realms of the medicine and the law, we are using mediation in terms of Rule 41A, and mediation is increasingly being recognized as a preferred alternative to litigation for resolving disputes that arise from alleged medical negligence. It offers a structured, voluntary, confidential, and non-binding forum in which parties, with the assistance of a neutral mediator, work towards a mutual acceptable resolution. This approach, which has been employed by the Department for several years, has been formally incorporated into the South African legal framework through the mediation directive issued by Judge Mlambo of the Gauteng Division of the High Court, which came into effect in April 2025. Under that, we have administrative archiving then on dormant matters. Rule 37B of the Uniform Rules of Court, in accordance with Rule 37B of the High Court Rules, initiate a review process to identify and remove all matters on litigation register that have been dormant for more than 24 months. Evaluate the necessity and status of these dormant matters to streamline the litigation register accurately and reflect current contingent liabilities. Chapter 8 of the Policy on Management of State Litigation Contingent Liabilities speak to that, according to this policy, a matter may be classified as dormant, finalized, or closed under the several distinct conditions, particularly when the matter has gone unresolved for 3 years or longer. This classification is contingent upon evaluation by the state of the state attorney and does not incur any legal cost. A case qualifies for this designation then if the claimant withdraws the claim against the state or provides written for confirmation of their intention to discontinue pursuing it. This status may also apply when the claimant has not actively sought resolution of the case for over 36 months. Furthermore, cases are eligible for this classification if the parties have reached the settlement agreement or if a dormant in a personal injury case involving general damages is deceased. Finalization thereof may also occur if a court order has been issued and no subsequent pleadings, appeals or review proceedings are pending between the claimant and the state. Ultimately, the Solicitor General possesses the authority to declare such a case as dormant, finalized or closed based on the circumstances prescribed above. Public health care defense then, it says the legal services has further implemented the public health care defense as a cost containment strategy informed by evolving common law. Following neatly judgment, the department established a service-based approach to medical legal claims. It's allowing it now to provide future medical care in kind than through lump sum monetary compensation. This approach reduces immediate financial burden associated with high-value settlements. And what we have done, Chair, again, based on this issue, is to identify centers of excellence in our hospitals. One of those is South Rand. The list is longer, Madam Deputy Speaker. Although the Matlola judgment initially limited the strategy by requiring the department to provide care of standardized comparable to private health care, subsequent jurisprudence has clarified the department's obligation. This clarification strengthens the department's resilience on the public health defense, enabling it to compensate financially only for services it cannot reasonably provide within the public health institution. That's an important part, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we are utilizing. Methodology for measuring contingent liabilities. The department has developed a methodology for measuring contingent liabilities. Chapter 4 of the policy permits the amendment of the quantum where amount reflected on the sums either unreasonable or inflated. Any claim amount above 40 million, Madam Deputy Speaker, reflected in the summons is deemed unreasonable or inflated. These will be measured based on previously decided cases. The reasonable test, as stated above, is the best practice for assessing the total amount likely to be paid in the legal claims. The test is based then on judicial precedents or previously settled claims. The amounts paid thereof, an assessment of what is likely to be paid, or a case-by-case basis will expose the departments to unnecessary cost to yield no distinguishable results. Hospital services interventions then, Madam Speaker, are implied by the department, which is medical legal seminar, which was conducted, draft medical legal guideline, litigation reduction plans per facility, algorithm for the dignified and legally complainant release of deceased body, establishment of the legal steering committee, establishment and appointment of clinical governance committee, conducting regular clinical audits by supervisors, consequence management of staff involved through labor relations processes, development and review and amendment of policies and standardized operating procedures accordingly, strengthening clinical governance structures such as mortality and morbidity committees, patient safety committees, complaints management, referral policy review. The second question, Madam, the response is the department has not had measurable impact on cash flow due to reduction in medical legal liabilities. However, the department's financial position in terms of medical legal liability has shown improvement in terms of audit outcome. Answer to 3, Medical Legal Steering Committee is there, thus the response. A draft of the department's litigation reduction plan structured in 3 clear operational pillars and 4 phases for delivery, supported by governance and targeted resource, has been developed. Department has established a steering committee with approved terms of reference. The objective of the steering committee is to strengthen litigation governance, reduce medical legal claims, risk, address operational root causes of the claims. Steering committee will be supported by the subcommittee led by clinicians, legal directorate, quality assurance unit, corporate services and ICT that lead to document and patient's record and human resources for consequence management if those documents disappear. Then the response, still a continuation, Madam Speaker, of what we have done. We have facilities now at the facility level now, war rooms that comprise of quality managers and clinicians, including HOD, including nursing managers, clinicians established again, is convened and led by CEOs in the hospitals, that one. Root cause analysis is there, scoring tool to assist facilities on how to conduct proper analysis that will finally assist in preventing and managing PSIs, which is patient incident, patient incidents, safety incidents, and has been developed and approved by HOD. Top 10 priority institutions, that is institutions with the highest number of incidents, had also those with the highest contingent liability, that the steering committee will start is working with those already, because the steering committee is already there, Madam Speaker, both legal and quality assurance directorates. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. C, for the responses, quite comprehensive. Just a comment, Deputy Speaker, that we really need every cent to be focusing on service delivery. We are hoping that the measures the department has put in place will really yield in less and less medical legal costs, so that all the money is channeled where it's supposed to be for benefit of our patients. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. MMC, as the 2026 academic year commenced, the department faced ongoing challenges finalizing the learner placements. Could the MEC please give an indication and an update on the following? Firstly, what is the current number of unplaced learners at the start of the 2026 academic year, and which districts are most affected? What immediate steps has the department taken to reduce the placement blockage, and including additional classrooms, mobile units, as well as district support measures? The last one, MEC, what long-term plans are in place to improve infrastructure planning and admissions management, particularly in high-growth areas, to prevent future placement backlogs? Thank you.
Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thanks to the Honourable Mhlongo for the question. With regard to the first question, currently in our records, the department, we have 484 learners that we have not yet placed, and they are all in grade 8. And the unplaced learners are in Ukuruleni North district. With regard to the second question, the department is implementing the following immediate interventions. 4 satellite schools have been established and are operational. 140 mobile classrooms have been procured and are being distributed. Adult Education and Training Center, that is near Tembisa High School, has been identified as a temporary accommodation and is strengthened with district placement, war rooms, and additional admissions personnel is being deployed. With regard to the third question, the department is committed to developing a comprehensive long-term infrastructure planning and development strategy within the 2026-27 financial year. This initiative aims to address both the existing backlog and the anticipated demands for learner placements. The strategy will incorporate a range of innovative infrastructure delivery models to meet the needs of high-growth areas and alleviate ongoing pressures. Long-term infrastructure and admission strategy includes establishment of public-private partnership for the development of new schools with private developers, the use of alternative non-traditional facilities for educational purposes, the repurposing of closed schools to elevate pressures in areas experiencing high demand, investigating the possibility of acquiring church schools in high-pressure areas for conversion into public ordinary schools, and enhanced demographic forecasting and admission analytics. It is important to note that the need for infrastructure far exceeds the available resources. As a result, this strategy is designed to address the challenge gradually over an extended period. Thank you.
Honorable Mhlongo.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Perhaps MEC, as a follow-up question, what can we say would be the turnaround time for the 484 unplaced learners in terms of their placement? And further, what is the recovery plan for these learners to be able to catch up on the work that they would have missed because they would have missed most of the first term? Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mhlongo. Currently, the 484 learners are temporarily hosted in primary schools, in different schools. We have deployed district subject specialists to currently take them through. The reason why we say they are not placed is because they are not at the host schools where they are supposed to be at. So currently, while we are finalizing the distribution of these mobile classrooms, setting them up, creating adequate classroom space in those particular schools that they are earmarked to study at, we will always consider them as unplaced. But to say they are not studying, there is no teaching and learning that they are experiencing. No, we are currently putting them in those host areas that we have identified. We've sent through the district subject specialists to take them through. But as soon as we place them in those schools, obviously we've got to create a comprehensive catch-up plan for them. So we'll be working with the learners, we'll be working with the parents, so that they'll be able to understand that obviously the learners will have to do additional time at schools, on weekends, and sometimes even on holidays, to really catch up the lost time that they would have experienced. We're working around the clock to really get this issue resolved, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Mfikwe.
Thank you once more, Deputy Speaker. To the MEC for Economic Development, an on-site training took place to equip participants with hands-on practical skills to thrive in the fashion and manufacturing value chain. From stitching to finishing, the energy, focus, and creativity. Can the MEC update the House on the following? MEC to assist in explaining how this project will address the identified gap for the province regarding the value chain of the clothing, textile, leather, and footwear, as well as the partnerships made to place the graduates within existing manufacturing as well as retail chains throughout Gauteng province. How is this project aligned with the Gauteng growth and development strategy? Is there consideration given to how qualified students might be utilized to attract or establish local manufacturing operations focused on clothing, textile, leather, as well as footwear, and mitigating the need for importation? Being aware of the need to develop youth entrepreneurship, what percentage of this project is allocated to business management skills, and how does the department assist new entrepreneurs to access markets for their products, perhaps through provincial procurement or linkage programs? And lastly, can the MEC describe how the program actively promotes gender equity and economic empowerment for women in Gauteng, considering the CTLF sector's historical significance in hiring of women? Thank you very much, DS.
Thank you, Member MEC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thanks for the question. The answer to question 1 is that the clothing, textile, leather, and footwear sector development program aims to address structural gaps within the value chain, from skills development to enterprise development, and ultimately market access. The program will be implemented over 3 years to intervene at three critical levels related to skills development, enterprise development, and market access. In the first year of implementation, the program aims to advance skills development, wherein beneficiaries are trained to become technically competent in sewing, pattern making, garment construction, leatherwork, and footwear production. The curriculum is aligned with industry production standards and quality requirements and beneficiaries work towards achieving a national certificate in clothing, textile, footwear, and leather manufacturing processes, NQF Level 2. In order to complete the qualification, beneficiaries must be placed in host companies involved in the production of the CTLF products to gain practical exposure to real production processes. The implementation partner is currently engaging with host companies to formalize placements and accommodate beneficiaries. In supporting the enterprise development during the second year of implementation, the program will focus on supporting 30 MSMEs to formalize and scale up their operation in order to improve productivity and sustainability in the third year of implementation. The program aims to address market access challenges by facilitating the integration of MSMEs into market opportunities within public procurement and retail supply chain. Answer to question 2. The project is aligned with the objective of the Growing Gauteng Together plan. Growing Gauteng Together plan, not the growth and development strategy, particularly in advancing reindustrialization and economic transformation by strengthening local manufacturing capacity within the clothing, textile, leather, and footwear sector through the implementation of initiatives that are linked to skills development, enterprise development, and market access, as I have said earlier on. Answer to question 3. The program recognizes that a skilled and work-ready labor pool is a critical factor to sustain manufacturing in the sector. Qualified students from the foundation of this skills pipeline, helping to address key industry challenges such as aging technical expertise, productivity gaps, and limited specialized skills within the CTL sector. Qualified students can be absorbed into existing factories to strengthen productivity and improve operational efficiency. There's more other things we're saying on question 3. Now we'll go to question 4. The CTLF sector development program is currently in its first year of implementation, with the primary focus being on the specific sector's skills development training. Once the program transitions into its second year of implementation, the aim is to provide structured support to entrepreneurs to strengthen business management capabilities, improve operational sustainability, and respond to identified business development needs, including compliance, financial management, product development, and market readiness. As part of the department's ongoing commitment to developing entrepreneurs within the sector, a counterfeit and market access workshop was convened, bringing together the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, Takealot, and sector-based MSMEs. The workshop aimed to equip enterprises with an understanding of public procurement processes whilst providing practical guidance on accessing broader markets through digital platforms. This intervention forms part of a comprehensive strategy to facilitate procurement linkages with the aim of positioning enterprises to participate meaningfully in both public and private sector value chains. Answer to the last question. The program actively promotes gender equity and economic empowerment of women within the sector, which has historically employed a high proportion of women. In the first year of the program, which focuses on skills development, 37 out of 50 beneficiaries are women, thus making up to 74% of the beneficiaries, while 13 beneficiaries are male. This deliberate emphasis ensures that women remain central to the revitalization of the sector. In the second and third year of implementation, the program will place greater emphasis on enterprise development and market integration, with women-owned MSMEs receiving priority during the implementation of the program. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Figure.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. MEC, thank you. I am okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate the responses. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Mukwe.
Helen Mekgwe. Following the recent floods that have resulted in a collapse of a wall at a Sparvater Dam near Nigel and severely affected motorists, road users and communities of Duduza traveling to Nigel, Honorable MEC is requested to respond to the following questions. Has the municipality conducted an assessment of the damage? If not, what are the reasons for the delay? If yes, what were the findings and what is the estimated cost of the damage? 2, what short, medium and long-term plans does Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Council have to repair the damage, prevent further structural collapse, ensure that road users and surrounding communities are not disadvantaged in accessing Nigel and the other parts of the town?
Thank you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me thank the question, but the reply to all the questions that you have asked, that is number 1 and 2, is that the city of Ekurhuleni has replied to us and stating very surprisingly that they have no record nor information about this incident. And given the seriousness of this matter and looking at it, and unfortunately they replied very late, I wish to appeal to you to welcome the proposal that before the end of this week, we will send the DID Infrastructure A team and the Provincial Disaster Management together to go and do the proper assessment, looking, of course, at how to repair the damage, prevent further structural collapse, and help road users and the surrounding communities. And that we will do a proper report to you about this issue. But I think at this point it's deeply disappointing that the city is not aware. And I appeal that you give us the opportunity to do that. As a good soldier of Oliver Tambo, give us the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mukwe.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank MEC that your department will be taking full responsibility. But however, it is not true that the city is not aware, because on the day when the damage occurred, I received a call and photos from road users. I went there physically. I took pictures, I sent them direct to the executive mayor. And it is very much unacceptable because the CCC manager, who is a CCC manager in the Duduza area, but also acting in the Nigel area, what does he do? Because that man does not even attend to his duties. He's forever absent. You can go there now. When you go to Duduza CCC, they will say he's in Nigel. When you go to Nigel, and unfortunately, he's a former DA councillor in that municipality of Ekurhuleni. But thank you very much for taking responsibility, and I will appreciate receiving information from yourself. But the mayor is fully aware as well. Thank you. Mahano is a CCC manager. Useless guy.
I think, thank you very much for allowing us. But also I'd like to add that we will investigate this member of the Democratic Alliance who is definitely sleeping on the job. We will conduct a thorough investigation on the conduct of this DA member. And that's why the people reject the DA in Gauteng. It is because of such members. And we hope that the people will get, or we will give the people also a report about this member of the Democratic Alliance who is sleeping on the job. We will do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues and members. Iman, Honorable Shirota, on behalf of
Thank
Member
you,
DPC.
Deputy Speaker. This is a question to the MEC for Kokta. With regard to sinkholes in the province, could the MEC please indicate one? Can the MEC please break down the number of sinkholes per region? Is the department aware of the growing number of sinkholes in the Merafong area? What is the department doing about the sinkholes in Kutsong? Does the department have a contingency plan for sinkholes in the province? Is there a strategic plan and a working group that has been dedicated to this phenomenon, and who serves on this body in question 5 above? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the reply, for the question. I just want to indicate that we do take this matter very serious as a province and as an ANC-led government. That's why we held a province-wide summit to look into this issue of sinkholes in the province. However, the reply to the first question is we have calculated the following. In the West Rand, that is in Merafong, we have thus far calculated about 21. And then in the city of Ekurhuleni, reportedly it's 74. And in the city of Joburg, it's currently only 3 that has been reported. And in the city of Tshwane, we have reportedly 63. Now, number 2, the reply to your question is definitely yes. We have actually established a monitoring capability that I've personally visited in Merafong. So we are fully aware of the situation there. Number 3, the reply is that following an escalation process by the province on classification of a provincial state of disaster on sinkholes, the province can confirm that the National Department of Cooperative Governance published a Gazette number 6480 on classification of a provincial disaster in terms of Section 23 of the Disaster Management Act, which makes provision for life safety on impact of sinkholes in the province. This classification calls upon organs of state to further strengthen their support to the existing structures to implement their contingency arrangements and to ensure that appropriate measures are put in place to enable the province to effectively deal with the effects of the provincial disaster. Based on ongoing extensive engagements with National Kokta on implementing the classification, the terms of references, implementation protocol, work plans, and registration of special project on sinkholes in Merafong have been concluded. The provincial executive and the respective councils have also activated measures to implement a multi-sectoral relief and rehabilitation plan to deal with the effects of the sinkhole provincial disaster. The department is also advancing interventions to mitigate and to respond to this disaster swiftly to ensure that the key focus area also deal with relocation of households. And to this extent, we are also pleased to indicate, and of course, as I have said, that during the previous quarter 3 of 2025-2026, we did hold a multi-stakeholder roundtable engagement on this matter. And we have worked with the Council of Geoscience, CSIR, Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, and various stakeholders to seek solutions to dealing with this matter. You'll also be pleased to hear that the Housing Development Agency has also relocated, has also as a resettlement plan that is linked to the 2020 Dolomite assessment findings, categorizing areas to the risk levels. To date, as part of prioritizing the relocation at the red zone, 39 households have been assisted, and We are also pleased to report that to date, 5,500 beneficiaries have been relocated to the Houghton South, Extension 1, 2, and 3 projects, with a total of 880 beneficiaries relocated to Houghton South, Extension 5, and 2,264 beneficiaries relocated to Elijah Bahai mega project. With respect to the fourth part, yes, contingency arrangements for sinkholes, including other disaster-related risks in the province, are in place as per the Level 2 disaster management. A strategic response management structure advocates for establishment of structures and activation of contingency arrangements. And I'm also pleased to indicate that due to the magnitude and severity of sinkholes in the province, the department embarked on a process to develop sinkhole strategy for disaster risk reduction and preparedness to ensure swift and effective response to sinkhole incidences. And also we have established the Provincial Sinkhole Steering Committee, which consists of various stakeholders, and they are listed in the reply. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Schroeder.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. MEC, two issues, please. Do we have a timeline as to what will be done and when it will be done? Because there seem to be a lot of plans, but there don't seem to be timelines. Is that possible to get that from you, maybe in writing, so we can monitor? And is there within this plan a monitoring mechanism so we don't have the same problem going down the line? Thank you.
The question is noted. As we said, there is a clear plan. We will continue to provide updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to food parcels from April 2024 to January 2025, could MEC please indicate how many parcels were distributed in each of the 2 years? 2, how much money in rents and cents was budgeted for April 2024 to March 2025? How much of this budget was spent? How much money in rents and cents was budgeted for April 2025 to March 2026, and how much of this money has been spent to date? Thank you.
MEC.
Sibonga Somlomo. In responding to question number 1 on the number of beneficiaries that had access to food parcels in 2024-2025, bengakaqashwa ngaleso sikhathi, mara ngizophendula. Yabona. Only 135,854,000 food parcels were distributed in the financial year of 2024-2025. And for 2025-2026, that data is still loading. Awukapheli unyaka. So umember Nseka angasibuzi into esingakaqedi ukuyiqeda. In responding to question number 2, how much money was budgeted for 2024-2025? It was 71,427,000. Yes, nabo zero abaningi. And how much of this budget was spent in that 2024-25? It was only 44 million that was spent, and part of the money was submitted for rollover, which the department has received it back from department through adjustment. In responding to question number 5, for how much was budgeted for 2025 to 2026, an amount of 79 million has actually was budgeted. How much has been spent to date? That data is still loading.
Thank you. Honourable Ntseke.
I don't have a question really or a remark. Honestly, I'm going to wait for the data. I thought since March has already been done with, that there'll be response, but it's fine. I'll wait for the MEC later and repose.
Thanks, MEC.
Incwadi azikavalwa uzozayithole ngoJune lo mpendulo leyo nge-first quarterly respond. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you. Honorable Sirota.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. To the MEC for Transport, with regard to the R563 sinkhole, could the MEC please indicate, one, what was the date that the department was made aware of the sinkhole on the R563 in Makali City? Two, what has happened since that time up until now? Three, what is the plan with the sinkhole that is affecting a large number of motorists? Four, what has been the reason for the hold-up on this project? And five, what is happening with the upkeep of the roads that are being used as alternatives for this road closure? Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been responding to this question in the Portfolio Committee, including in the oversight visits with Member Duplessis, but however, let me respond. We, as the Department of Roads and Transport, came to know about the sinkhole early in February 2025. Question 2, to date, the department has appointed a geologist to conduct the geotechnical investigation with the geotechnical contractor. The report was submitted and approved at the Council of Geoscience. There's a bad feedback, Madam Speaker. Am I audible? Am I audible? Madam Speaker, you are muted, that's right. Okay, thank you.
Are you done, MEC?
No, there
We
was
did
a bad
respond that
feedback.
you are audible. I
Okay.
thought you're continuing, yes.
The report was submitted and approved at the Council of Geoscience. The tender and the BOQ specifications have been prepared and submitted to our SCM for procurement of a contractor. The department has also done traffic accommodation around the sinkhole. We visited the area with Member Duplessis and the Portfolio Committee. Question 3, the plan is to repair the sinkhole as soon as budget becomes available, as the current estimate is rather high and the area is experiencing more sinkholes. The perceived delays are due to the steps that need to be followed to appoint and assess a sinkhole. The department has acted within the prescribed frameworks that govern the repair of sinkholes as per the CGS and accepted norms and standards. Lastly, the assessment reports for the roads around the sinkhole that have been used as an alternative routes have been prepared and recommendations for repairs have been included. This will be shared once approved internally. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, MEC. MEC, just to point out that time delay is creating a huge problem in this area. So there needs to be an acceleration of the process. And also the surrounding roads with the extra pressure creates a problem. So if urgent attention can please be given to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Dadasrota, yes, we are trying our best to push, but remember there are prescripts and norms and standards by the Geoscience Council that we need to follow. We're doing our best and also pushing these dependencies to assist us achieve, to fix on time. And we are in constant communication with the community in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. To the MEC of Education, with regards to the budget cuts within the department, can the MEC confirm that the Department of Education has reduced Quintile 5 school budgets by 64%? 2, explain to parents how schools are expected to absorb these cuts without increasing school fees. And 3, has the department conducted any assessment of how these budget cuts will directly impact school fees charged to parents? And if so, will that assessment be made public? I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regard to the first question, the Gauteng Department of Education has not reduced Quintile 5 school funding by 64%.
So why are you asking?
Be patient. Be patient, Honorable Waters, be patient. Quintile 5 schools were funded using the adequacy amount applicable to Quintile 4 schools. Now, since 2021 medium-term expenditure framework, budget reductions were implemented due to fiscal consolidation by the National Treasury. Now, that meant the department now adheres strictly to adequacy amounts published by the Department of Basic Education in line with the national norms and standards for school funding. Meaning we have reverted back to the norms and standards as outlined by the Gazette in the DBE. So I don't know why you are running around the whole province creating petitions that are not even there, when there's no norms and standards or law that has been broken by the department. We've just reverted back, and the 315 is what the Gazette says, that this is what we should fund schools, and that's what we are doing. With regard to the second question, the department issued a communique to school governing bodies advising them to strengthen financial planning in line with Section 38 of the South African Schools Act. This includes reviewing budgets, reprioritizing expenditure, and ensuring alignment to school development plans and school improvement plans. We have communicated to schools prior to this. With regard to the third question, the department does not set fees for fee-paying schools. We don't set the fees. Fee decisions rest with parents. Fee-paying schools determine school fees in terms of Section 39 of SASSA. Deputy Speaker, those are the answers for the three questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it's quite clear that the MEC is the artful dodger trying to get out of the, wiggle his way out of the fact that his department and him have reduced school budgets by 64%. He says, in reply to question 2, he states they've sent communication to this effect to schools about the reduction in budgets. The fact of the matter is, when one has to balance a budget, one ought to cut the fat, not frontline services to children. And that's exactly what the department and the MEC have done. They've taken the soft option, reducing school budgets to schools, cutting services to children at the front line, instead of, for example, cutting funding to Matthew Gunue's School of Leadership and Governance, for example, which is a cash cow, as we know, for the ANC, right? So instead of doing that, you've decided to cut budgets to schools and affecting children's lives, because standards will drop at these schools. And you, MEC, are going to have to face the music one way or another when standards start dropping and parents realize what the consequences of these budget cuts means. It means higher school fees for many parents who cannot afford them, given the cost of living crisis they currently face. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I repeat, we have not cut budget by 64%. What we were doing, in fact, this was what was done by Gauteng alone. No other province has been doing what we've been doing when we're allocating Quintile 5 the same as Quintile 4. We're the only province that was doing that. Honourable Waters, you can go to the Western Cape. They are giving Quintile 5 schools 315, the one that you are lamenting to me today. You say the children are suffering, this is that. There, your colleague there, your friend, your comrade there, is giving them 300. We were giving them 840 because we're aligned. Now, because of the fiscal consideration and the budget process, we had to revert back to the norms and standard allocation. So that's what we have done. No, we have not broken the law. We have reverted to the Gazette up until our finances improve as a provincial government, because we are a caring government. Then we'll go back again. But in terms of cutting frontline services, it's not there. Some of these schools that you don't know, some of these schools charge 96,000 per annum. We are giving Elena 800. If you cut that 800 from that quintile 5, it's not really affecting the school fees of that. So this is some of the things that are there. So, but because I understand that you need to be seen that you are working, you must create these things. So there are no services that have been cut. We have spoken to parents. I've met SGBs. I've met principals of these schools. I've explained to them, and we've taken them through, and we've created measures to support them in reorganizing these budgets, because we've noted that the cuts will affect certain aspects, and they've agreed. The only person who's still running around with this thing is you. Everywhere else schools are performing, there's no problem. It's you who are running around creating something that is not even there, because the law has not been broken. We've just reverted to what the DBE says, what the norms and standards says, and that's what we've done. So I don't know, but anyway, it's okay. I think I'll stop there. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Good morning. I take it's time for Member Hicklin. Yeah, you can ask your question.
Thank you
can
so
read your
much,
question.
Deputy Chair of Chairs. MEC of Health and Wellness. On the 18th of August, we met at Noordheuvel Clinic to address an 8-month sewage crisis, during which time serious health problems plagued the staff, the patients, and the surrounding community. While the issue was resolved on that date, your extensive entourage, including DDG Dagada, experienced firsthand the space constraints and the infrastructure challenges prevalent at the clinic, despite ample space for expansion. MEC, please explain, what have you done to increase the space allocation for patient care with either mobile homes or brick structures, and how many additional staff have you allocated to deal with the increasing patient load? Thank you so much.
MEC.
Thank you, Chairperson of Committees. The response to the first question is Noordheuvel Clinic is an asset of Mogale City Local Municipality. And as such, any structural extensions or alterations may only proceed with the municipality formal approval. Accordingly, the department has submitted a request to the municipality for permission to increase space allocation for patient services. A proposal to install a 3-room park home has been incorporated into the 2026-27 demand plan to alleviate current space constraints. The intention then is to allocate allied health services to the proposed park home to optimize patients' flow and improve service delivery within the existing infrastructure constraints. The response to the second question is Noordheuvel's clinic currently operates with 2 consulting rooms and is staffed by 1 operational manager, 2 professional nurses, 2 administrative clerks, 3 EPWP administrative clerks, and 1 cleaner, and 1 health promoter. In addition, the facility is supported by a visiting medical doctor from Monday to Friday. 1 professional nurse resigned and is awaiting replacement. Then interviews have already been conducted and the appointment is pending finalization by Human Resource Unit. A 2nd professional nurse's contract expired at the end of January 2026, and this post is similarly in the process of being filled. On average, Noordheuvel Clinic serves approximately 800 patients per month. Thank you, Chairperson of Committees.
Thank you, MEC. Member Hicklin, do you have a supplementary or short remark?
I do indeed.
Okay.
Thank you so much. MEC, since you were there, The DDG actually said that a lot of the cosmetic problems that existed, like broken ceiling panels and things, were cosmetic and could be sorted out immediately. None of that has been done. But the problem that existed was that there were tree roots that were impacting the sewerage. One of the main trees that was cut down was not removed, nor was it poisoned. As a result, the tree is growing again, and so are the roots. And we are looking at a similar problem. The outside toilet is blocked again, and the contractor for the outside toilet says he hasn't been paid, and that's why he hasn't cleared it. In addition, the entire pavement is subsiding from the work that your contractors did, and nothing has been done, despite it being reported by the clinic for assistance. Please, can you tell me when that will be addressed? Thank you so much, sir.
MEC.
Chair, I will definitely send the team to look into the issue that you are raising. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Okay. Member Hicklin, please read the next question.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Sela Machila, the current CEO of the Wits Oral Health Centre. His contract expired in October 2024 and was extended for 6 months. He should have been replaced in April 2025, but remains in office, and there are rumours that his contract is being extended yet again. An acting allowance for senior management service is in accordance with the Public Service Act, with exclusions for SAPs, the NPA educators and magistrates, specifically dictated that posts are only applicable for a period of 6 months, after which a permanent appointment must be considered. But that appointment is in an acting capacity does not create a right or a legitimate expectation to be appointed when a vacant post is advertised. Can you please explain? This doctor was the CEO of Kalafong Hospital, and he was suspended from there on serious allegations of corruption, governance issues in November 23. He was then transferred to the Wits Oral Health Centre. Why was a person suspended from one hospital reappointed as the CEO of another facility? Question 2. What did the conclusion of the investigation into his tenure at Kalafong reveal? Question 3. Were the findings of this investigation made known to the staff of Kalafong or to Wits Oral Health? And 4. How many acting CEO, DDG or HOD posts are currently unfilled at the GDOH? Thank you, sir.
MEC.
Chairperson of committees. Okokuqala futhi Chair uMadam akayazi lena ayichoyo namhlanje. Dr. Machila was never suspended from his position at Kalafong Hospital. His transfer to the Wits Oral Health Centre was an administrative decision and not related to any suspension for corruption or governance-related allegations. The response to the second question is there is no formal investigation concluded against Dr. Machila in relation to corruption or government misconduct. The matter related to an irretrievable breakdown in the working relationship and trust between the management and organized labor. I was personally there. I know exactly what was happening there. Hence, we agreed with him that he must move to where he is now. So there was no issue that is related to corruption. It was just the management that had a problem, including with the organized labor, and he was central to that. Then the response to question 3, the matter was addressed internally at Kalafong Hospital. It was not communicated to staff at Wits Oral Health Centre, as it did not constitute a disciplinary finding requiring broader disclosure. Then on question 3, Foreman, 19 posts are currently unfilled by the department, and the process now is in place. Remember, if you remember, Member Hicklin, there was a time that we were in a process of employing CEOs in the hospitals. Then the moratorium came in. We had to stop the process. Then we're starting a process now. Hence, I know that we will definitely employ all these CEOs because that's our priority now that we will be doing. Pray then that there is no moratorium that will block me this time. Because now I don't want hospitals that are operating on acting. I want CEOs that are full-time. Thank you.
Covered, Member Hicklin, or you have got extra question?
Just a very a short comment.
Short remark. Okay.
MEC, you and I both know the moratorium hasn't been lifted. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay. Member Dos Santos, you can read your question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Questions for the Member of the Executive Council for Education. Regarding the non-payment of scholar transport service providers, which resulted in the withdrawal of services and disruption to learner transport across Gauteng, could the MEC please indicate, 1, how many scholar transport service providers were affected by non-payment at the time of the strike action commenced? 2, will the MEC provide a complete breakdown in rands and cents of all outstanding amounts owed to each scholar transport service provider at the time of the strike, including the name of each service provider, the total amount owed to each provider, and the district, the schools, and schools in which each provider operates? 3, which schools were directly affected by the withdrawal of scholar transport services, broken down by the school name, EMIS number, district, and the number of learners reliant on school transport at each school? 4, on what dates were the outstanding invoices submitted, including the reasons these invoices were not paid within the prescribed 30-day payment period? And 5, which internal processes or administrative failures contributed to invoices remaining unpaid for a period exceeding 3 months? Thank you.
MEC Chilwane.
Thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs. With regard to the first question, a total of 248 scholar transport service providers were affected by non-payment at the time the strike action commenced. With regard to the second question, a complete breakdown of outstanding amounts owed to each service provider, including the providers' names, what is owed, the districts, the schools that it served, is contained in Annexure A. Just for the purpose of the House, I can't go through all this. It's almost 100 pages. So if it's yours. That is Annexure A for the second question. For the third question, all schools directly affected with the withdrawal of scholar transport services, including their MES details, districts, number of affected learners, is provided here in this Annexure B. For the purpose of the House, it's yours as well. This one is around 50 pages. So, happy reading, Honourable Member. With regard to the fourth question, invoices for November services were submitted throughout December, while invoices for December services were submitted through later December and throughout January. So the scholar transport situation is quite complicated, remember, affected by dwindling financial resources due to budget cuts over the years that we've experienced as a department, cash flow management that has seen the department being unable to comply with certain pieces of legislation and contractual commitments. With regard to the fifth question, please refer to question 4. Thank you.
Member Dos Santos, all right.
Thank you. Thank you, MEC. I'll come collect the annexures shortly from you. I'd just like to get an update with regards to the current invoices, if you can tell me how far they are in the process of getting paid.
MEC.
The invoices for the January month are generally submitted a month later, and they'll be consolidated throughout the month and then the effects for payments will then be the following month. That's what they understand, because they have to, there are certain areas that checks and balances that have to be done before they are approved for payment. So that's what currently the department is dealing with. But we don't owe them. We're just dealing with what they've submitted now. So there's nothing that we owe them. Even when they went on strike, it was just 1 month. Being told it's 3 months, but we understand. We had to understand, and I still do understand where they're coming from. So now as we speak, we're just finalizing. We'll deal with the payments later.
You can ask your next question, Member Dos Santos. You can read the next question. I see it's very similar to the previous one.
Question to the MEC for Education. With regard to the non-payment of scholar transport service providers, which resulted in the withdrawal of services and disruption to learner transport across Gauteng, could the MEC please indicate, 1, have there been previous instances in the last 5 years where scholar transport services in Gauteng were disrupted due to non-payment? 2, if so, for each instance, please provide the year in which the disruption occurred, the duration of the disruption, and the reason cited at the time. 3, what engagements took place between the department and scholar transport service providers prior to the strike, including dates of meetings or correspondence and outcomes of those engagements? And 4, how many learners were unable to attend school as a direct result of the scholar transport strike broken down by districts? Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. With regard to the first question, no, there's not been any instance in the past year where scholars transport service providers in Gauteng were disrupted due to non-payments. So the answer is no. So with regard to the second question, because there's never been, so we can't answer the second question, so please refer to the one above. With regard to the third question, a meeting was held with service providers on the 15th of October 2025. Service providers requested a commitment letter confirming the payment plan, confirmation of purchase order creation, and clarity on outstanding payments. So the department gave them everything except the payment plan because of circumstances with Treasury are changing on a daily basis. So the GDE is unable to commit to a strict plan because changes that are affected by Treasury on a continual basis make it very difficult for the department to adhere strictly to a set payment plan. With regard to question 4, we have a table here which outlines the 238,276 learners that are ferried by our public scholar transport service providers, including the districts. It's here. We'll share it, but just to maybe to run it quickly with it. Ekurhuleni North, we have around 4,568 learners. Ekurhuleni South, 35,589 learners. Gauteng East, 13,531. Gauteng North, we have around 10,434. Gauteng West, 29,278. Joburg Central, 5,049. Joburg East, 2,995. Johannesburg North, 12,255. Joburg South, 10,826. Joburg West, 2,442. Citibank East, 9,328. Citibank West, 9,038. Tshwane North, 16,745. Tshwane South, 26,928. And Tshwane West, which is the biggest, we're ferrying 49,270 learners. All in all, it takes us to 238,276. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, MEC. Member Dos Santos. Additional question or remark?
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you, MEC, for your responses. My only concern is that in terms of question one, if you look at previous media reports and obviously recollection, there has been intermittent service provider interruptions from 2021. There was also in 2022, 2023, and I think in 2024, also with regards to payment disputes. But also just over and above that, I'd like to know what measures has the department put in place to ensure that those learners that did not go to school for about 2 weeks, that they have a program in place in the schools to have a catch-up for the rest of the term. Thank you.
Yeah, MEC.
Now, with the current management in place, we have agreed with the service providers to create a structure which will be utilized to clear the house, clearing house structure, of which all the bodies will be represented, the department, the representative of the private scholar, public as well as private in this regard, scholar transport providers, including the Department of Transport, into that particular structure, where we'll then be able to deal with issues, so that there are issues that necessarily require this type of action. But if you look at what the memo or the memorandum of demands was, most of the issues that were brought forward by these public scholar transport service providers was related to the Department of Transport, much less than the Department of Education, because ours was just related to the issue of payment. Besides that, there was no other issue that they brought forward. But some of the demands which include, they did not want to be tested for roadworthy tests. They did not want to be fined for overload. They did not want to be fined for driving on roadworthy vehicles. They said everything must cease. They must stop. So this is where we found ourselves with regard to that. But we were able to find each other on areas that were there, and we told them that when it comes to the law, we'll apply it. There's no way that we'll allow children to be transported in unroadworthy vehicles at all, or children to be overloaded. That's not going to happen. But in other areas, we were able to find each other. So learners that were affected by the interruption, of course, schools, as soon as the strike started, we communicated to the schools that we know that our learners are affected. So with the Annexure B, you'll see that in some schools we find there's 20 learners that are transported by the public scholar transport. It's not necessarily 500. So the numbers vary. But each school knows the number of those learners, and those learners, they will have to create a comprehensive program around them, so that they catch up for whatever subject, the 2 weeks that they've missed. But generally, we have our eye on the bouncing ball. We know which learners are affected, especially our matriculants and grade 11s. We know what we need to do. So the plan is there. It's currently being rolled out to support the learners that were affected by that particular 2-week strike. Some of them did manage to go to school, some didn't manage to go to school. But overall, the program affects all of them, the 238,000 that were affected by this strike.
Thank you, MEC. Member Matsi Batela.
Presiding officer, I've been asked to take the question.
Okay.
With regards to school parcels, could the MEC please indicate what means test was used in 2024-2025 for determining if an applicant qualifies for a food parcel by NPOs in a community with the HIV/AIDS program? What is the criterion for the same program currently in 2025 or 2026? What is the criterion for determining if an applicant qualifies for a food parcel under Program 5 with food banks in 2024-2025? What is the criteria for the same program currently in 2025-2026? And if there's one food bank, how is the tracking for the two different types of clients being done? Thank you.
MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. In responding to question from Honourable Member on which means test was used in 2024-2025 for determining if an applicant qualifies for a food parcel by NPOs in the community with the HIV/AIDS program. I'll also reiterate, ngangekho kodwa ngizophendula. Bengakaqashwa la. Yeah. In 2024, the department had budget available for HIV/AIDS and home-based care, which we'll call your HCBC, and it was towards the provision of food parcels for those identified beneficiaries. The means test for food provision was at the determination of the funded NPO. The social services professions of that particular NPO will make assessment and provide food based on the outcome of their assessment. The department will then receive reports on a monthly basis from the HCBC organizations on the number of food parcels to be provided. This approach meant that the HCBC's organization were running a food security program that is comprehensive, and that was not necessarily the one that is being done by the department. In responding to question number 2, what is the criteria now in 2025-2026? The mode of provision of food parcels changed in the year under review. This was due to the unexpected budget cuts, wherein allocations for food parcels through the HCBC was no longer possible. The department was therefore compelled to revise the eligibility criteria considering its limited resources. The revised mode of service delivery redirected that food parcels for beneficiaries of HCBC's organizations will be provided through our food distribution centers, and the identified eligible beneficiaries will still be benefiting through these food parcels. Noting that no additional funding was also allocated to the department through the FDC for those HCBC beneficiaries, the department had to revise again and assist and make sure that no one goes to bed hungry, especially those that are taking medication. The allocations as per the submitted list from the NPOs were attended to, and food was also delivered to some of the clinics where they were actually receiving their allocation. Beneficiaries on ART and need food security were assisted. Beneficiaries infected or affected by HIV and AIDS with no visible means of support or income, in other words, no one is working in that family, were actually assisted. Beneficiaries not in receipt of a social grant and also not in the age category that classifies them as double dipping were actually assisted, and the developed criteria required the NPOs to have active case files on each beneficiary with clear intervention plans to ensure that the people are moved from a welfare state to a development approach and at enhancing self-reliance and self-sufficiency. This process has also resulted in revised lists with smaller number of beneficiaries, and the process also assisted in eliminating non-qualifying, in other words, ipogi, and those that will have gone to God Almighty. They've been recalled by Jesus, as the department was actually continuing to conduct verification. So in other words, there were some that were still on those databases, and yet Jesus will have called them. In responding to third question, what is the criterion for determining if an applicant qualifies for food parcel under Program 5 with food banks in 2025? The eligibility criteria for those targeted poor and vulnerable households are not limited to beneficiaries infected or affected. A universally poverty line is applied and kept on incomes, and priority is therefore further granted to individuals with no income at all, including child-headed households, the youth-headed households, and due to resource constraints, these also include some of the stakeholders that actually need care. In responding to question number 4, what is the criteria for the same program? same response as I've outlined in number 3. In responding to question number 5, if there is one food bank, how is the tracking of the 2 different types of clients being done? It must be noted, Deputy House Chair, that all beneficiaries originate from the same communities, highlighting the need to enhance stakeholder engagement strategies internally, and also improving these approaches will also help us in further properly prioritizing and ensuring that no beneficiary does not benefit, especially those that are on medication and those that need help in the child-headed household. Thank you, Nyabo.
Member Ntsege, on a supplementary question or remark?
Remark, please, Presiding Officer. Thank you for your response, MEC. The only big concern I have is, as you have moved everybody into one central pot, the tracking of people that come because they were under HIV and AIDS, and the tracking of people from the universal poverty line, I don't know how you're going to be able to measure that, because it's important to see those who came through the HIV and AIDS program and those who came because of economic circumstances, so that if there's issues of, say, people who missed ARVs under HIV and AIDS, you can track working alongside health. That's where my concern is going. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you pendul.
So originally it was not your question. It was a question from another member.
Yes.
I think so. Number 1, House Chair. Those that are on HCBCs, their lists are submitted by the NPOs that are attending to them. So there's not going to be any challenges in identifying who is on ART and who is living beyond poverty breadline. And those that are from communities that are assessed by social workers or still are submitted by community members that will have identified that there is a certain household that its people are going to bed hungry. They then submit. Others, they have direct numbers and direct line. They submit directly to the department that ikati lilele ezigo. They are then attended separately. So establishing a state-run food bank does not in English. Ayibenza abanye bangatholi ukudla. Kepha iqiniseka ukuthi umuntu nomuntu uyakufinyelela ukudla. Umehluko nje ukuthi sesibhala yonke into endaweni eyodwa. Ngoba with all 5 corridors it was fragmented. You will not even pick up that if a person is double dipping. But now having one system, it will be able to assist ukuthi now faka nje ID number yomuntu oyi1 iyakutshela ukuthi lo muntu lele edlile noma kadlanga. Siyabonga kakhulu Somlo.
Member Engelbrecht, you may read your question. Or the question is...
I'll do it for the honourable member.
Okay.
Okay. With regards to foot-and-mouth disease, could the MEC please indicate, 1, Gauteng has recorded around 195 confirmed FMD outbreaks affecting over 260,000 animals. Why has the province still not published a detailed costed provincial FMD response plan with timelines and targets, including the date it will be presented to the legislature? 2, the province received an allocation of 2,000 FMD vaccines doses from the national batch. Can the MEC indicate the specific districts, types of production systems, including whether these are for primary or booster vaccinations, along with monitoring plans for their effectiveness? 3, Gauteng has funded and ordered an additional 90,000 vaccines doses after administering over 286,000. How does the MEC assess this coverage as adequate given the scale of the outbreak, including further procurement or national support is being pursued? 4. Why has the Provincial Disaster Management Centre not been formally activated to coordinate these enforcement efforts, and who decided against escalating to full disaster level response? And finally, 5. What additional resources have been allocated for enforcement, and what measurable reductions in illegal movements have been achieved to date? Thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
MEC Ramokgopa.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I hope I'm audible and
You are very audible.
good. Thank you. In response to the questions from Member Engelbrecht, since the onset of the FMD outbreak in April 2025, GDAD has followed the National FMD Contingency Plan, which entailed outbreak investigations, sample collection and laboratory confirmations, quarantining of infected and suspected properties, vaccination of affected animals, backwards and forwards tracing, as well as farmer awareness initiatives, controlled slaughter of vaccinated cattle, and as well as animal movement control. However, as the disease continued to spread due to the unavailability of vaccines, GDAD then felt the need to develop our own integrated FMD rapid response strategy that consists of 4 pillars and has been communicated extensively to the committee, portfolio committee, as well as in the public. The 4 pillars involve communication, enforcement, vaccination, and containment. And in each of these pillars, there are various activities that are described in detail and that are currently being implemented to advance the achievement of this plan and ultimately the eradication of FMD in the province. The provincial plan also envisaging leveraging the resources available in other provincial government departments and Gauteng municipalities. And it's premised on the revised National Foot and Mouth Disease Strategy, which seeks to progressively bring the outbreak under control, with the objective of regaining the status of FMD freedom without vaccination over 7 to 10 years. The National FMD Control Plan has been packaged into 4 phases as well. The budget required for this control effort consists of both the 2025-2026 allocated COE and goods and services budget, as well as the prioritization of some of the 2025-2026 CUSP funds in order to augment the goods and services budget. Chapters on vaccination, surveillance, a movement control protocol, and terms of reference guidelines for the Communications and Awareness Plan and the Joint Operations Committee have been finalized and will constitute the integrated FMD Rapid Response Plan, which can be made available to the legislature in writing. However, it has, as I had mentioned, been shared in other sessions of the committee. Question 2, with regards to the 2,000 vaccine doses that were received, upon recognizing the growing incidence of FMD in the city of Tshwane since the beginning of 2026, GDAD decided that the doses that were received from the national batch, which, point of correction, it was 1,700. We had initially been offered an allocation of 2,000 doses. However, 300 were then allocated by the National Department to address newly confirmed outbreaks in the Northern Cape and the Western Cape. So it was decided that the 1,700 doses from the national batch should be used to vaccinate communal herds around the Dinokeng Nature Reserve, the susceptible cattle at the Faculty of Veterinary Sciences at the University of Pretoria, as well as 2 infected beef farms. Finally, it's important to note that all of these vaccinations were primary vaccinations. In other words, there will be booster doses that will be needed, and a full table with a breakdown of the different sites has been provided. And I think we'll supply that as part of the written submission. Question 3. Says Gauteng has funding and orders for about 90,000 additional vaccine doses. My response, Honourable Member, is that the procurement of vaccines and allocation thereof has been the domain of national government. Due to the lack of availability of vaccines for several months and in response to an escalating outbreak, GDAD took the proactive decision to reallocate what available resources existed within the CUSP budget and seek approval to procure additional vaccines. This was not originally budgeted for, and thus the quantity was informed by available budget. Although this was not deemed to be adequate, but it was better than having 0 vaccines, which was the status at the time, and had been for several months prior. Since then, we have been allocated 70,000 vaccine doses from national government, from the 1 million doses that were recently received in South Africa from Argentina. On question 4, GDAD has indeed participated and presented to the Provincial Disaster Risk Management Advisory Forum on the following dates. The first presentation was the 18th of June 2025, the second presentation 18th of September 2025, third presentation 11th of December 2025, and fourth presentation most recently 24th of February 2026. PDMAF members were also represented in the Gauteng Joint Operations Committee meetings held fortnightly since 2025, where status updates on the Gauteng FMD outbreaks are also presented and the challenges being experienced and regarding FMD control are discussed. However, further to that, as per the EXCO's resolution, SAPS and traffic departments are now supporting the efforts of enforcement through roadblocks. Question 5, what additional resources have been allocated? As mentioned, SAPS and traffic departments are now supporting the efforts of enforcement through roadblocks, but additionally, GDAD has a veterinary law enforcement unit consisting of only 4 officials and a manager. On a weekly basis, these officials are present at the 15 livestock auctions in Gauteng to monitor compliance with the Animal Diseases Act. The budget for this unit comes from the equitable share allocated to Gauteng Veterinary Services. However, reports from the joint roadblocks between SAPS as well as municipal police indicate that animal transporters going through these roadblocks do in fact present the required animal movement health attestations, stock theft and movement permits. Therefore, most of the illegal movement of animals usually take place at night using provincial back roads. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Do we have a supplementary? I guess not.
No, I do. Thank the MEC for that response. MEC, with regard, while we welcome the roadblocks that are in place, what other containment measures have you put in place since the outbreak of foot-and-mouth disease? Thank you.
Okay.
MEC.
Thank you, Chair. So the strategy around containment is focused largely on movement control. As I mentioned, there are 4 pillars to how we are addressing foot-and-mouth disease, containment being one of them, enforcement being another, vaccination being the third, communication being the fourth. So containment as a pillar speaks to movement control. And in that regard, we have recently actually finalized the animal movement, sorry, I'm just trying to remember the name, animal movement framework, I believe it's called, that has now been disseminated and shared with the entire security cluster so that we can ensure that we have a shared understanding of how animal movement is to be treated. And we have communicated that anyone who seeks to move animals, whether in or out of the province or to other locations within the province, needs to do so with the permission of GDAD beforehand. So that's the first. The other element that, of course, is a key pillar is quarantine for farms that have already been identified as infected. Enforcement of quarantine has been a key issue, and so that is why we have now brought in again additional resources to assist with enforcement. The third thing that has been a core focus is also to focus on areas of high infection and high risk, such as auction sites, as well as areas, as I pointed out, for example, in Tshwane, areas that are close to game reserves or areas where buffalo are being kept, because buffaloes are transmitters of FMD. So we've tried to ensure that we concentrate at least the early stages of our vaccination drives in these areas to limit the potential spread of FMD through buffalo and through game farms. But again, we're continuing to work, as I said, primarily with law enforcement who are really needed to assist us in enforcing the Animal Diseases Act, as well as enforcing the Animal Movement Control Framework. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Are you also asking the next question? Or Member Engelbrecht?
Thank you very much. With regard to foot and mouth disease, could the MEC please indicate, can the MEC provide the latest figures on animals slaughtered or culled, compensation paid to farmers, and any delays in the process? Number 2, what specific assessment has the department conducted on FMD's impact on food security, availability, including prices for consumers in the province? Number 3, what short-term measures are in place to shield consumers from increased food prices? Number 4, what surveillance, vaccination or biosecurity plans does the department have to prevent wider spread to pigs, sheep, goats and other susceptible animals? And number 5, what steps has the province taken to build long-term biosecurity infrastructure and prevent future outbreaks, including collaboration with national efforts? Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you again. So with regards to question 1, since the outbreak commenced in 2025, 128,925 cattle have been slaughtered at the 2 designated Gauteng abattoirs, or have been transported to a Mpumalanga abattoir under cover of a Red Cross permit. Having said that, GDOT has not issued a cull directive to any affected farms. A large proportion of the animals that have been slaughtered under controlled slaughter were those that were actually within or contained within a feedlot environment. So they were destined for slaughter anyway, because they were in a feedlot for that purpose. And they have undergone now controlled slaughter. So the decision, however, on compensation to animal owners whose animals are culled for disease control purposes rests purely with the National Director of Animal Health and is not the purview of GDOT. Question 2, what specific assessment has the department conducted? GDOT has not conducted as yet an official assessment on FMD's impact on food security. However, we do acknowledge that there is an impact, and I believe that once we have gathered a lot more data, working with, again, other institutions and research institutions, we would be in a position to do so. You will note, of course, we are currently in the crisis now, so it's very difficult to assess kind of retrospectively what the impact would be or will be. Question 3. What short-term measures are in place? Short-term measures to shield consumers from increased food prices unfortunately falls outside of our domain and is within the mandate of the Department of Trade, Industry and Cooperation. Our focus right now is on limiting the impact of foot and mouth disease, limiting the spread of foot and mouth disease, and ensuring that we eradicate foot and mouth disease as quickly as possible. Question 4, the prioritization of FMD control efforts will serve to minimize the risk of spread to other species of domestic animals. To date, FMD incidence has not been confirmed in other species, although we are starting to hear that obviously it applies to cloven hoofed animals, but we have not, from a Gauteng perspective, heard that there is yet a crisis or a situation that is affecting other animals. Question 5, what steps is the province taking to build long-term biosecurity infrastructure? The FMD outbreak is largely driven by illegal movement of infected and or exposed cattle. The National Department has indicated an intent to gazette new regulations on animal movement control. And as soon as this is done, GDOT will also introduce a provincial animal movement control protocol, which has already been drafted and shared with key stakeholders. Currently, GDOT is also setting in place collaborative efforts between municipal law enforcement and the SAP's stock theft and provincial rural safety units, so that movement of animals within and into Gauteng complies with the law. The communications and awareness pillar also envisages dedicated farmer awareness on these proposed changes to animal movement compliance. The National FMD Control Strategy has also identified the critical importance of facilitating market access to the communal cattle from the hitherto FMD protection zones so that the incentive for illegal high-risk animal movements is reduced. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. You still have, Member Miller, you still have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, MEC. I just want to find out, you mentioned that the slaughtered animals were taken to an Mpumalanga abattoir. Can you tell us why they weren't taken to the Gauteng? And then, in terms of surveillance and the wider spread, are you testing these animals? We've heard of farmers where they are losing 20 to 30 pigs at a time. Have you tested any of them to find out what strains they have of foot and mouth? Thank you.
MEC.
Yes, thank you to the Honourable Member. I don't have the precise reason why they would have been taken to Mpumalanga, but as mentioned, there are 2 FMD approved abattoirs in Gauteng. So in all likelihood, it may have been a question of just capacity and people who would have wanted to have access to an abattoir and perhaps would have not necessarily had capacity, or perhaps there was limited capacity in Gauteng. I don't want to speculate though. I can find out exactly the specific incident and why it happened, but suffice to say, we only have 2 FMD approved abattoirs, and given that we have had 268,000 cases, I can imagine that there could potentially be capacity issues that one might encounter. The second question, sorry, Chair, I didn't get the second one. It was about...
Member Miller, please repeat the second question.
Member Miller, please repeat.
My question was that you mentioned, when we were talking about preventing the wider spread, you mentioned that you haven't found a link yet or so on. I'm asking, have you tested the animals that have died to see if it is the same strain that has transferred then to pigs?
Yeah, again, even on that front, I'm not aware of any tests that have been conducted on pigs or any other cloven-hoofed animals. The strains that are currently prevalent that have been detected within Gauteng is the SAT1 and the SAT2 strains of FMD. Those are the 2 that we are currently addressing, and those are the 2 that our vaccination efforts are focused on. I'm not aware of the existence of any other strains as yet. However, should such information come to the fore, I believe then it would have to then be tested, and we would have to address it accordingly. But as it stands, there are currently 2 main strains that we are facing in Gauteng.
Thank you, MEC. Member Diaker.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The question is to the MEC of Cocta. With regard to the Johannesburg Art Gallery, could the MEC please indicate, number 1, what is the itemised total of public funds spent or committed on refurbishing Museum Africa, Johannesburg City Library, and Brixton Multipurpose Centre for JAG artwork storage, including funding sources and any supply chain management compliance issues? Number 2, which specific artworks from the JAG collection have been catalogued and designated for relocation, including the facility that will each be assigned to? Number 3, has the department independently verified the completeness and accuracy of the JAG collection catalogue, given its status as national heritage assets, including reasons thereof? Number 4, was a competitive tender conducted per the MFMA for packaging, handling, transport, and unpacking of the artworks? And 5, if so, who was appointed? What are their qualifications in heritage artwork handling, including the contract value, please? Thank you.
MEC Mamabulo.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me acknowledge the question and reply as follows. The member might be aware that there is a legal matter on this issue. So I'd like to say that I've consulted extensively with the City of Joburg on matters relating to the Johannesburg Art Gallery, and I've given careful consideration to the questions posed by the member, and of course I welcome this opportunity. Now, whilst of course we could provide answers, however, I'd like to just place on record that there is a litigation notice that has been served on the City of Joburg in respect of the very matters raised in this question. And in those circumstances and on proper legal considerations, I've decided that I should respect this legal process and not interfere with it, and that at the appropriate time we will provide the members with the replies relating to the questions that they've answered. But I will not want to undermine or do anything that will affect the case. It will be wrong to do that.
Thank you, MEC. I guess there'll be no supplementary question. Okay, you can ask the next question, Member Diakher.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I expect the answer to be similar. I'd just like to ask the MEC of COGTA, with regard to the Johannesburg Art Gallery, could the MEC please indicate, number one, has an art gallery committee been convened as required by law for approval of any artwork movement, and have SARA approvals been obtained and shared? Number two, when was the detailed security plan for Museum Africa finalised? Has it been independently audited against SAP standards for national heritage assets protection? Number three, why was no independent expert scrutiny required before proceeding? Number four, who has been formally designated by name and qualification as the independent overseer, such as a recognised conservator, curator or heritage specialist, for the entire relocation process, including physical handling on transport? And number five, what evidence exists that Museum Africa meets international art storage standards for climate control, humidity, security and prevention of water penetration, given expert and civil society concerns about its current state? Thank you.
MEC.
Yes, Chair. As the member correctly said in the very first remark, this question also relates to the same matter about the City of Joburg and, of course, the Johannesburg Art Gallery. And I think for consistency, I would like to repeat that this matter faces a pre-litigation notice and would not want to do anything that undermines the profound principles of the rule of law. I would like to give those processes a chance. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Okay. Member who's going to take? Oh, Member Ntseche. Kubitsa Antlagram. Ntseche. Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. With regards to Dr. Fabian and Florence Ribeiro Treatment Center in Cullinan, what is the current capacity of the facility versus after renovating? What will be the capacity of each of the sections after completing the renovations? What is the start and end date of the renovations at the facility? And why was the facility not renovated in sections to ensure that they can still have clients in other sections? And how many people could have been accommodated in the facility if it's done section by section? Thank you.
MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, House Chair. This question was also asked in the portfolio committee. So we are iphinda ulunga. Kodwa madoda yasihlushwa abantu yasi. Uzobuza ngapha abuya yobuza nangapha. Hey, Somlong. Inkinga zethu ziningi la eSouth Africa. In responding to question number 1 on the capacity, the current registered capacity is 351, and after the renovations, the capacity will increase to 501. In question number 2, each section, which is over now, how many capacity? Erika, which is a female section, will now have 87 beds. Elandria, which is a male section, will have 254. Protem, which is for boys section, is 135. You'll notice there are no girls sections. So amantombazana wakangeni mudititifatsing is boys. And the detoxification ward will have 25 beds. The starting and the end of the renovation started in January. We anticipate that they are finishing anytime soon before we launch our next session of Tswada. In responding to number 4, why didn't we ensure that we can still have clients when sections are renovated? I explained to the honorable member in the portfolio committee that you can't be having contractors mingling with beneficiaries in an institution. That is why we had to close down that section so that then they are able to renovate and leave the place. Otherwise, you'll never know. Thina sizotha abantu baya detoxify kanti abanye baloku bebafakela mshosha phansi. Okungcono kungabi bikho umuntu ba renovate baqede. How many people could be accommodated if the facility has been done? Njengoba sengishilo, it will be 501 people. Ngiyabonga Somlo.
Member Honorable Nsekhe, on a follow up.
No, I just want to thank the MEC for the response, but I'm still saying you can cordon off a section when you renovate it, a little bit, renovate, move to the next, and then the other sections that are still operational continue to rehabilitate. So I think it's an opportunity moved. I just think it can be done. Thank you.
I think I'm pendurode. Oh, okay. Pendul.
As mina ngangimember yekhosas. Upass one pass all ngiyamazi. Angazi ke ilunga lona lifunde phi. Ngizakhuluma into eyi1 kuze kubuye uJesu. Awukwazi ukuhlanganisa abantu abasebenzayo nama beneficiary endaweni eyi1. Ngichaze kangaki lento lena. Angazi usisi ufunde phi yazi. La ngabona ukuthi u1 no1 akusu 11. U1 plus 1 yenza 2. Ngiyabonga.
Member Abrahams, you can read your question.
Greetings to the House, greetings. Hey, MEC. Deputy Chair of Chairs, my question is to the Executive Council for Human Settlement. The department's Q3 performance presents serious inconsistencies between reported achievements and actual delivery outcomes. Significant overspending has occurred alongside the failure to meet critical service delivery and transformation targets. In line with this, can the MEC answer the following questions? Can the department explain the discrepancies between the committee's report indicating a 69.2% achievement rate for Programme 3 and its report presenting a reflecting multiple partially achieved or unachieved target by stating state rate of how many targets were in fact fully achieved this far? Also, how can the department claim an improved performance while it's overspent by 636.7 million in Q3 despite not meeting any key targets, including delivering 0 hostel renovations, 0 service sites, and only 4 first home finance subsidies against a target of 20? Why did the department fail to reach its target of the procurement budget on township-based businesses women-owned businesses, as well as businesses owned by persons with disabilities. And with 10 million already wasted on litigation interest while housing backlogs grow, how many active cases is the department currently facing? Thank you, Acting Chair of Chairs.
MEC Mutara.
Thank you, Member Abrams, for the question. You also asked the same question in the Portfolio Committee, but I'll answer it again. Maybe you weren't satisfied with the response, but the response in the committee is the same response I'm going to give you now. For the third quarter under review, Program 3, which is housing implementation, had 13 targets to achieve. We had fully achieved 9, and that constitutes 69.2%. So we were not differing with the Portfolio Committee research report. It's exactly the same. This percentage worked out of the total quarter 3 targets on the annual performance plan, which was 25 targets. So your report from the committee was not different to ours. Maybe it's how you interpret the information. I'm not going to say what MEC Mazibuko said, but maybe it's how you interpret it, but it's exactly the same. The transformation targets on procurement is under Program 1, not Program 3. Program 1 is administration, Program 3 is implementation. Then, on your second part of the question on the improved performance, I explained that we overspent in quarter 3 budget, but didn't overspend on the entire budget of the department. And that was because 2 things: we accelerated delivery on housing units and stands, but also we had a catch-up plan because we had underspending in the first and the second quarter. So by the end of the third quarter, we had to be at 75%. We ended the quarter on 74%. That's why we had just overspending in the quarter, but not overspending on the budget. Then the hostels reflected 0 performance reporting because I also explained that for the completion of the hostel, we need a completion certificate, which we are expecting in the 4th quarter, but work is continuous and ongoing, and that's why there was expenditure against the work done in the hostels. The maintenance in the hostels is monthly, maintenance and cleaning is monthly, it's ongoing, and it's a performance indicator of 1 at the end of the financial year when we get a completion certificate. You asked the question about failing to reach our procurement targets on the township-based businesses, women, etc. So due to the nature of the department's business, firstly, what we do is where we do work, it is in a township that is going to be established by the work that we do. So local, there is no township-based business because there is no township. We working in a greenfield area. We are the ones who establish the township. But the township-based businesses do find it difficult to deliver on the building and the construction of the houses directly with the department because we work on a quantum-based system, and where they do participate is on subcontracting. We also have got multi-year projects which has tied the budget of the department for multiple years, and those projects are not awarded to or implemented by companies who are township-based companies. But what we do have is them participating in subcontracting, and they are women, people-owned disability, companies owned by people with disabilities, including military veterans and other targeted groups. And then the question on the litigation. In the current financial year, we had 34 legal cases. We reduced them to now 28 by the end of the third quarter. We did not incur any new matters, and all the potential litigation matters are disposed at letter of demand stage. That is owing to the strategy of the department. We are implementing the litigation reduction strategy. The State Attorney has been instructed to identify matters that are dormant, vexatious, frivolous cases, so they're under review. And further, the State Attorney has been instructed to also identify cases that can be dealt with through alternative dispute resolution processes. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Is there a supplementary or short
Thank you.
remark?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I would like to for the sake of the record, say that I will continue to sound like a broken record until actual facts is evident as on performance. Like the department is currently also just sounding like a broken record over and over. Hence, it is. If I want to repeat a question again in the House for the record, it is my obligation to continue pushing and ensuring that our people of this province is serviced. Thank you.
Chair, I don't have a problem with the member asking a question in the House and in the committee, but your question is wrong. So you are saying that your committee report said X, but the department reported Y. But I clarified in the committee, I'm clarifying today again. The department, your committee report said X, the department report equally said X. Thank you. There is no discrepancy.
Okay. Member Masilela? Oh, okay. Okay. Member Masodin, on behalf of.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I'll take Member Masilela's question. The third quarter report revealed that the new DID promised by the MEC might actually be on its way. As we know, the department received a gold award for its infrastructure delivery platform system. However, while this is a step in the right direction, closer examination of reports reveals that we are dealing with the old DID disguised as the new. The new DID seems to be handing over projects with structural faults, such as Nancy Field, which are far from ready. At least the new DID delivers new projects, but at what cost? The reports also highlight typical DID failings, such as losses incurred from illegally occupied buildings. Regarding the performance of this new DID and some of its old habits exhibited in the third quarter, can the MEC answer the following questions? 1, the department boasts a gold award for the infrastructure delivery platform system and claims that the PRM-A team ensures compliance and value for money. How does the department explain schools like Sebocha Secondary, Rustenburg Library, and Nancy Field Primary being handed over with leaking roofs, broken ablutions, and structural defects? Number 2, which state-owned properties are illegally occupied or contributing to rental revenue shortfalls? Number 3, what is the total financial loss incurred from illegally occupied or mismanaged properties? 4, what is the current status of the 5 properties undergoing lodgement and lost deed processes? And lastly, if the PRM-A team is meant to enforce quality, compliance, and alignment with approved designs, why are facilities repeatedly handed over in unsafe or unfit conditions? For instance, Rustenburg Secondary built on dolomitic area and already experiencing sinkholes. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
MEC.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Let me acknowledge the question posed on behalf of Honorable Masilela, who in the last question, almost similar to this, raised very confused and confusing dialectics. But thanks today, there's no attempt. The reply to the question is that yes, of course, we have announced, and we're happy that the member does go at length to recognize the Department of Infrastructure's turnaround strategy as commendable and in the correct direction. However, it is regrettable that the member tend to conflate critical dimensions, that is the strategy's foundational tenets, its historic antecedents, the phased trajectory towards optimal performance, the imperative for evolutionary demarcation from prior paradigms and attendant macro challenges. Can I be protected? Can I be protected?
No, you are
No, I'm not
protected.
protected.
You are
Can I be
protected. No, you are protected, MEC. Please, you are done.
Okay. Honorable members will recall that the department has on numerous occasions underscored that this transformative pathway is no overnight panacea, but rather a deliberate multi-stage odyssey unfolding across diverse programmatic fronts. Now, to this extent, honorable members, the Department of Infrastructure Development has appointed service providers, internal professionals, the A-team, and of course the governance lab to provide ongoing oversight and continuous quality assurance until various projects are concluded. And of course, on the schools that you have referred to that have defects, it is important for the member to realize that the contracts provides for defects liability period, during which the contractor is contractually obligated to rectify any defects identified in accordance with the terms and conditions of the contract. Upon completion of any project and formal handover, the end user assumes responsibility for preventative and routine day-to-day maintenance of the occupied facilities. Now, I just want to emphasize this, that when projects are concluded and handed over, we do allow a period of defect liability, so that if there are any things that arises in the building because of now it's being used, we are able to deal with those issues. It's normally when buildings are being utilized that you are able to see the defects that happened. So this is part of the process and it's part of how projects are planned and delivered. For example, on Nansfield that you have raised, whilst this project has not been handed over, construction is on and we will be handing over this project before end of May. And our teams are doing oversight on it. So Nansfield has not been concluded as yet, but we are doing work on it. As you are aware, Rasteval has been completed and we had a completion certificate. However, there are defects that have arisen and our teams are working on them as part of defect liability process. And then Sitabucha Secondary School was completed in strict accordance with the contractual conditions, and all defects identified during the defects liability period were duly addressed and concluded. Once that is done, then the maintenance issues are the responsibility of the user department. Now, as raised during the Portfolio Committee meeting of 12 February 2026, the school is, of course, experiencing some challenges, but we do want to say the defects liability period has passed and we have dealt with those issues. Now, with respect to your second part of the question, you may be aware that illegal occupation across residential, commercial, office and vacant land portfolios. However, most affected properties fall within the residential portfolio, and this is a matter that we continue to work on. Now, with respect to the financial issues, we have, as you are aware, announced and we have written and issued a public statement that we had appointed one of our entities, GIFA, to look into matters relating to properties. And the President has also announced, and the Minister of Public Works has spoken to efforts to create a property management entities, and within this context, and the announcements we have made, we will look into these issues. Now, with respect to number 4, there are, of course, issues that relate to title deeds, and those are managed through the Government Immovable Asset Management Act, which is GIAMA. The last part, which is the PRMA team, which is, of course, yes, you are right, means to ensure quality compliance alignment. The replies that the school facility has been constructed on dolomitic land with full compliance to all requisite council for geosigned stipulations duly observed. Presence of dolomite does not always mean we can't build. Applicable engineering solutions do exist, and however, this is a matter that we are looking at. And lastly, as previously indicated, our strategic interventions are on track to deal with the delivery of infrastructure in the most efficient and effective manner, and we believe that the turnaround is on track, and we will soon place the department on a path of consistent delivery of infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Yes, supplementary, and through you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, this department they sebeletsa morao jwalo ka kgoho. Ke la bona kgoho e berekela morao. So they just opened the school now, and then they cut the ribbon, and yet they've just delivered. The school have asked for the containers to be delivered because bana ba sekolo ha ba kgone ho kenela ka ditlaseng tseo mo e leng hore it's a dolomitic area. So all in all, this department have just wasted the state's money. Thank you.
MEC?
Yeah, I think there was talk of pass one, pass all behind me. I will leave it there. Thank you.
Members, Kosana, can I ask your question?
Thank you, Chair. This question is directed to the MEC for the Department of Infrastructure and Development once more. The Mohlakeng Community Healthcare Center based in Mohlakeng in the West Rand was supposed to have been completed and launched for operations in October 2020. The MEC for Health stated in an interview with a media publication in February 2025 that the project will resume and will be completed and launched in May 2025. Yet nothing has happened in this regard, and the clinic is currently incomplete and there are no construction activities leading towards the final completion of the project. Secondly, there is a similar situation in Kutsong South in Merafong, where the Kutsong South Clinic was constructed in 2016, initiated then, but the project has faced massive delays, which to this day has led to the non-completion of the project, and the center is left vacant with security guards guarding it whilst it's not under the utilization of the department. As Umkhonto Wesizwe Party in this regard, we would like to know and would like to have the MEC responding to the following questions. What are the reasons behind these long-standing delays in the construction project and the contingency measures that the department has adopted to assist with elevation of the situation? What is the status quo of the two projects as stated as we speak? And why has the project that was promised to be launched last year in May not launched as yet? And what are the practical plans for the department to ensure that these clinics are at least completed in this financial year? And may I also add that these questions are being asked for the second time because in the previous year, we asked the same question to the MEC, and he was very articulate in giving a long, winding answer. And I hope this time we get timelines. Thank you, Chair.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair. To the honourable member, thanks for the question. Now, the first part of your question, you want to know why the project did not go the way it was supposed to. The reason why this project was delayed, the very first one is that the contractor had experienced financial challenges. In other words, the cash flow and the liquidity position of the contractor affected their performance on the project. Secondly, the contractor just this year, on the 13th of January this year, they served us with a termination notice, which means they're unable to proceed with the project. Now, because of the experience we have in the department with contractors who have got financial problems, we have since appointed a panel of what we call Project Rescue turnkey contractors. We went on tender to look precisely for people who can rescue projects when contractors are experiencing financial problems. Many of them were devastated by the lockdowns of COVID-19 and have not recovered. So that's why we had to look for people that could be able to finance the projects without any difficulty. Now, the other issue you are raising is about the SCM process, whether it was followed. Yes, this contractor, when they were appointed, there was compliance with SCM, but liquidity problems can arise in the course of delivery. Now, what is the status quo? At the moment, I've had a consultation with the MSC, and we will be having discussions about how to take this project forward. And of course, getting and finalizing the proper mandating processes by the department, the client department, and we have agreed with the MSC that we need to look into this matter. Now, if all goes well, the next steps, and I think that's what your question is about, include submitting the final account for the contractor who has got issues. We need to look at appointing a new contractor for completion of the existing scope, but that depends on our discussions with the department. Now, you're also asking about Khutsong, and the reasons also are that the contractor was terminated on the 19th of November 2019, and the new professional team was appointed, and again, the completion contractor was also appointed again on April 2024. However, there are still challenges with this project, and we will be consulting with the MEC and the department to resolve the issues relating to this project. Now, as I've indicated, the initial contractor was terminated, and it is for that reason that we are preparing for the next phase to appoint a new service provider, and we'll engage with the department on those issues. Thank you.
Any supplementary?
Yes, Deputy Chair. I'll have to take this one a step further. In the previous response, when this question was asked in the previous year, the MEC did indicate that they will respond and they will engage with the MEC for Health and they will rehabilitate the situation. But may I request that in this instance, the MEC attaches timelines to his conversation, because it is clear that given the historical trend of the explanations that is articulated from his side, there are no timelines. This will sound like another continuous explanation. And it was you, Deputy Chair, when I asked for timelines last year from him, you said you don't want him to mislead the House. But I think I've got a case now in requesting for timelines, given the fact that the trajectory or the reference is such that these solutions are inconclusive and they are just continuous. Thank you.
Why ungifake indabeni manje sikhosana?
One protect timelines, please.
Yes, and of course, timelines should also be thumb-sucked. They should be based on realistic plans. But we will consult and engage with the MEC in the next 2 weeks. We will have finalized our discussions with the MEC. And once those discussions take place, we'll then know what is the way forward. But in the next 2 weeks, we'll have met with the MEC. And then after that, we will be able to know what is the way forward on the two. Yeah, thank you very much. 2 weeks. We will give you a better way forward after we meet with them.
Member Skosan, Member Mkwanas, Sinyapinda futhi Member Skosan. Sikhatha kusiphelile. Member Mkwanas.
Chair, Sekela Sihlalo, ohloniphekile, ezokuthutha umgogodla wezomnotho esifundazweni sase-Gauteng. Undunankulu wesifundazwe wazibophezela ukuthi uzothuthukisa imigwaqo emikhulu yezifundazwe aphinde abe nohlelo lokuvala imigodi emigwaqweni oluzosebenza amahora angu-72 kube nohlelo lobuchwepheshe oluzokhomba lemigodi kuso sonke isifundazwe. Lezi zithembiso zilethe elikhulu ithemba ekubeni nokwethembeka ekuletheni kwizidingo kanye nokuzibophezela okwethembekile ngezezimali. Njengenhlangano yomkhonto wesizwe party singathanda umphathiswa aphendule lemibuzo elandelayo. Can the MEC provide a percentage progress to date for the resurfacing of the Golden Highway, Malibonge Drive, Gasfontein Road, the Zwane and the Johannesburg interchange that the D1814 road in Bronkhorstspruit? The Premier stated that those road projects will put thousands of people to work. How many jobs have been created to date? People to work. How many jobs have been created to date? What monitoring system in place to ensure compliance with the 72 hours potholes repair commitment? Since the CSIR has reported, mapped and identified all potholes in the province, how many potholes have been identified? Various repairs to date. The province intervened on the 40 of the West Road in Sidibing. What measurable improvement have resulted from this intervention? Thank you.
MEC.
Itingibonge Deputy Chair of Chairs. Ibonge Umhlonishwa, Honorable Member, for the question. Deputy Chair of Chairs and the August House, the CSIR conducted our visual condition assessment on our provincial road network which is totaling to 5.593 kilometers. And out of the 5.593 kilometers, 74%, according to the CSIR, falls in the following categories: the very good, the good, and the fair conditions of our road network. Only 5% is in very poor state, and 21% is in a poor state. This is an account for our provincial road network, which around 1,232 kilometers is gravel roads. And in responding to Honorable Mkwanazi, on question 1, the department has, through the maintenance and construction teams, worked on the following roads, and this is in response to trying to resolve the visual condition assessment by CSIR. Golden Highway Road, currently there's two routine road maintenance work done, which we do with our internal teams, as well as the appointed RIFSA 1 and RIFSA 2 contractors to rehabilitate and upgrade the section of the road and works that started in June 20. That started and is progressing to be completed in June 2026. Progress to date is at 44% complete. Malibongwe Drive, the appointed maintenance contractor has completed the first resealing section of the most deteriorated area of the road in December 2025 and will continue with the works for the next 3 years as per their appointment. Gasfontein Road, K50, the department has appointed the contractor to rehabilitate and upgrade the section of the road, and works has progressed to be completed in July 2027. Construction progress to date is at 44%. The Tshwane and Johannesburg interchange, the interchanges on the N1 are being maintained by the SANRAL as they fall within their jurisdiction. Maybe to give information to honorable members, I just gave an account of what is the total of our provincial route network, which is 5,593 kilometers, and roads like N1 belong to the SANRAL. There's parts that belong to the SANRAL, there's parts that belongs to the province, there's part on that road that belongs to municipalities. The department has appointed maintenance contractor, which has completed the first resealing rehabilitating sections of the most deteriorated areas of the road on both the N14 and M1 in December 2025, and will continue with the works for 3 years. These are our RIFSA 1 and RIFSA 2 contractors that we just appointed in the previous year in November. K101 is a construction is at 96% complete, and we are hopeful that this project will be completed on time. D1814 road in Bronkhorstspruit, we appointed a contractor to surface a section of the road and has completed in November 2025. Question 2, the projects are not on hold and have been at the implementation phase. The true contractors on Malibongwe Drive and the Tshwane and Johannesburg interchanges created 500 EPWP participants to date. The contractor on Gasfontein Road has created 207 jobs to date. The contractor on Golden Highway has created 154 job opportunities to date. The contractor on Golden Highway Road, like I said, it has 2 sections, has created another 154 opportunities. The contractor on D1814, which we just completed last November, had created job opportunities around 64 people. Question 3, the public reporting system on portal GP Fix app and departmental system to report failing infrastructure and repair within the prescribed turnaround time through daily regional management patrols to ensure compliance with the 72-hour pothole repair commitment. This is on our provincial road network. You'd remember that the app also allows the members of public to also report defects on municipal roads as well as the national roads, which municipalities have access to. But the 72-hour means on our provincial road network, and we are working hard also through the Office of the Premier to make sure that municipalities are responsive. Question 4, on 28 May 2022, since the CSIR has mapped and identified all potholes in the province, the table below, I think the answer will be submitted to the House, indicates the number of potholes that have been identified versus repaired to date. And I think according to the report, we have registered much more progress in repairing the potholes on time, but also the data assist us to come up with a rehabilitation program for the province, which is the program for 2026-2027. And then last question, Last question. The 40 roads that were rehabilitated have resulted in mobility of vehicles in the areas with no defects since completion. I must say that the phase that the provincial government was responsible for is still under provincial inspection, and our maintenance teams continue to maintain those roads that we were responsible for rehabilitating as a provincial government. Thank you very much.
Ilungu leParliament laseGauteng Mkhwanas unombuzo omunye futhi ubeka ke.
Ngiyabonga sekela sihlalo. Sibhekene nenkinga yemgodi akuseyona nemgodi sengama swimming pool eJohannesburg yonke. What is your plan? Akusahambeki masize emsebenzini. Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair. Like I said, Honorable Member, we have a routine road maintenance program for 2026-2027, and this is the works that we will be doing in maintaining our provincial road network. And we have at an intergovernmental relation level with municipalities in our province, we are working closely with municipalities to ensure that they too fix their own road network. I know that the JRA under Ndate Kenny Kunene is doing their best, and they have a rapid routine road maintenance program that is extending to townships to ensure that they fix potholes. MMC Mohali in Tshwane is working hard. If you go to their Facebook pages, even now, you will see that all the municipalities and all MMCs are working hard to ensure that we fix potholes, we cut grass in our province. You must know that also we have had challenges of climate change and inclement weather that has not been good on our road network, be it throughout the province. But MMCs in different municipalities are working hard. Just go to the Facebook page of MMC Tlangi Mohali in Tshwane. You'll get track of where are they working, in which township, in which suburb, on a daily basis. There's a clear program of fixing potholes and ensuring that our roads remain safe in the province. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member Masoling.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. With regards to the e-hailing and minibus taxi violence that has been a recurring feature on the public transport landscape in the province, may the MEC please answer the following. One, apart from the ordinary law enforcement regarding safety, intimidation, and violence, what other steps have been taken in safeguarding the lives of both e-hailing drivers and the passengers? Number two, MEC remarked in previous media interviews that the department faced a difficulty in ascertaining legitimate representative structures of e-hailing drivers in the province. Has the department made any progress in addressing the collective issues raised by e-hailing drivers? And I will withdraw the third one. Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you very much for the progress made. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department has continuous engagement between e-hailing operators, minibus taxi associations, and relevant regulatory bodies to promote dialogue and conflict resolution. This engagement aims to address operational friction points, routine access disputes, and compliance misunderstandings through mediated platforms rather than confrontation. On question 2, regarding the legitimacy of e-hailing representatives, the department recognizes all the known associations, structures, and individuals who may not belong to any, and the department continues to engage with various e-hailing formations and industry groupings to better understand their governance structures. While the sector remains fragmented and largely platform-driven, progress has been made in identifying credible stakeholder representatives for structured consultation processes. The department continues to encourage formalization and unified representation to enable more effective sector-wide engagement. Honorable Member has withdrawn question 3, and thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson.
Member Masoleng. Okay, we are covered. Secretary Manje. Member Ngobeni.
Greetings, Deputy Chair of Chairs. In a province where, in the forecast intervention study of the department, it is mentioned that the Constitutional Hill or Cornhill Visitor Center and Industrial Hub is a project that was established as far back as 2020. To date, the project is still below 30% completion due to factors listed in the study. In respect of this, may the MEC answer the following. 1, why was the main contractor of the Visitor Center initially not selected from the Johannesburg Development Agency database, as is the case now? Number 2, the study reports that there has been difficulty in obtaining the township establishment regarding the project, as the Section 7 approval had expired and an application for extension was only submitted in March of 2025. Number 3, what steps has the department through its entity, the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, taken in ensuring that the township establishment process is expedited to avoid further delay? And lastly, what is the projected completion target for the Visitor Center and Industrial Hub for 2025 and 2026 financial year? Thank you.
Thank you, MEC.
I'll be answering on his behalf,
Okay.
Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much. The response is as follows to the first part of the question. The contractor appointed in 2019 for the Constitution Hill Visitor Center was procured through an open and competitive tender process in line with the standard public sector procurement regulations applicable at the time. For the current phase of the project, the contractor was appointed through the JDA, or Johannesburg Development Agency panel or database. This approach was used to accelerate procurement and mitigate delays associated with lengthy tender processes. The JDA already had a pre-approved panel in place, enabling a faster appointment to ensure continuity of works and avoid further project slippage. The response to the second part of the question is as follows. The township establishment process for the Cornhill precinct is being led by the JDA. This process is inherently lengthy and has experienced delays due to outstanding approvals from the City of Joburg. The process has now progressed into its final stages, and the process is projected to conclude during 2026. Township establishment was not and is not yet finalized. Construction on the Cornhill Visitor Center could not legally proceed without a valid Section 7.6 approval. The previous Section 7.6 approval lapsed after the termination of the former contractor, and at that time the extension was not renewed because the project could not proceed while service providers were being replaced. The new extension application was submitted in March 2025 once the project was ready to resume, and the process of appointing a new contractor had commenced, ensuring that the timing of the application aligned with actual readiness to proceed on site. The response to the third part of the question is as follows. The township establishment process for the Cornhill precinct is active and nearing completion. This is led by JDA, while the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency is continuously monitoring the project's progress. Weekly meetings are held to track activities, address risks, and ensure timely reporting. Although primary delays have originated from municipal approval processes, escalations to senior management have been undertaken wherever bottlenecks were identified to resolve issues and accelerate progress. The response to the last part is as follows. The visitor center construction site was handed over in July 2025. The contractual completion date is July 2026. However, due to delays encountered on site, an extension of time claim is currently under evaluation. Based on the delays already recorded, the revised estimated completion date is likely to extend to December 2026. For the industrial hub, progress has been significantly delayed due to the non-approval of building plans by the relevant municipalities. All industrial hub projects remain at stage 4, but cannot progress further until municipal approvals are granted. These delays are linked to outstanding legacy town planning issues, which must be resolved by the municipalities as the property owners. Despite multiple engagement with municipal officials, as well as interventions through IGR structures in the respective MMCs, no definitive feedback or approval has been received. As such, a projected completion date for the industrial hubs cannot be provided at this time, pending the resolution of these municipal approvals. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Any supplementary?
No, we'll do that in writing, Deputy Chief of Chess.
Thank you. Member Poho.
I'll be asking questions on his behalf. In a province where surgical backlogs are currently anywhere between 34,000 to 40,000, it is both shocking and disheartening to learn of allegations that at least 2 different suppliers of medical equipment have removed their equipment from operating theaters due to non-payment at Dr. George Mukhari Academic Hospital. First question, is the department aware of any failures from the side of the hospital to pay suppliers of critical surgery supplies and equipment? Number 2, can the department tell us how many surgeries have been delayed due to ongoing issue? Number 3, what intervention has the department put in place to ensure that surgeries do not go uninterrupted due to the non-payment of service providers, suppliers, and contractors? And lastly, is the department aware of any other failures to pay service providers, contractors, or suppliers at the hospital in question? Thank you.
MEC.
Lele Zantopa. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Committees. The response to the Upo Uyak misleader equal and data Skosana is my witness. Ayiko. Marandizulwa now ngoba upo una manga yas and that's why ngafuni ifunda le question ngokwakhe. So ndizawuthula ndimiyeke ngobeni. The payment of service providers is centralized function managed by the central office. The department then is aware of the challenges experienced by service providers supplying consignment stock. Delays in payment arise from the need, because we need to verify and certify the amounts claimed against the actual consignment stock items delivered. Because before, people were inflating those prices. So now we're verifying them. And he is aware, because in the committee we clarified that, and last month we saved 85 million because of those delays that we did. We're doing that to prevent irregular expenditure. The department then has introduced internal controls for the management of consignment stock items because it was worse at Dr. George Mukhari. In addition, the hospital is convening regular meetings aimed at resolving existing challenges and facilitating the certification of verified invoices of payment for payment. Then the answer to the response to the second question is that 27 patients have been cancelled from the month of October to end of January 2026. Departments that were affected at Dr. George Mukhari was orthopedics, vascular cardiothoracic due to consumables broken and consumables and the broken machines with no drills that were there. Then the response to the third one is the prioritization on payments is linked to critical clinical services and infrastructure that directly affect patients' care, including operating theaters, sterilization services, and essential maintenance contract. Strengthening financial oversight and monitoring mechanisms to improve invoice oversight. Those are the measures that we are doing, the interventions that we are doing. Strengthening financial oversight and monitoring mechanisms to improve invoice processing timelines and compliance with payment regularities. Continuous engagement with service providers and contractors to maintain service delivery while administrative processes are being finalized. Escalation of high-risk infrastructure matters to provincial level to enable expedited intervention where patient services may be compromised. Implementation of contingency and risk mitigation measures at facility level to ensure that surgical services continue safely where possible. The response to the last question is the department is aware of the challenges experienced by the service providers that are supplying consignment stock. Delays in that payment arise from the need to verify, as we have said, and certify the amounts claimed against the actual consignment. Yeah, and we need to prevent that. I think it's a reputation of that answer that I've did, but the department has introduced those internal controls again. So the question 4 is related to the question that I've answered, which is question 2. Question 3, yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Any supplementary or short remark?
I will just take note of the response.
O re a leboha he se re fihlile pheletsong ya mosebetsi wa rona. Re tla kopana ka tsatsi la boshumi ka tsatsi la leshome iya ka tsatsi la leshome yona kgweding ena ya Hlakubele. Ke a leboha. Thank you.